Hello, how are we doing tonight? Everybody ready for USC Notre Dame? Is everybody ready? Where's that? Boom. Gamecast. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Should have fixed this first. Sorry, guys. Here we go. All right. Sorry about that. I should have had that done and ready. Sorry I'm late. But we're here tonight to call USC Notre Dame and hang out. So let's get it. Let's kick it. Let me fix this. Congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines.
This season.
Oh, crap. All right. Here we go. Notre Dame kicking off the USC to start the game. USC has the ball. Start the game at the 25-yard line. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let's see. 2nd and 3. It's 3rd down after a run. Third and 2. This is a good defense by Notre Dame so far. Third and 2. Caleb Williams in the shotgun. Snap the ball. Fake the handoff. Fake the end around. And toss it out for a first down to the tight end. And that's a big chunk play for a first down by the tight end. Big chunk play. Nice hurdle, though. $31-yard gain. Another trick play end around on first down, and it's another first down. Come on, Notre Dame. Come on, Notre Dame. Come on. Williams takes off and picks up 7 on a run. Second and 3. USC in a shotgun. Handoff. It gets blown up, but then Notre Dame defenders run into each other, and he slips out of the first one, and then he gets wrapped up the second time. It is 3rd down and 1. There's a pickup of 2 on 2nd down. Third and 1. It's kind of a different formation. And they push forward and get the first down. Drops back in shotgun, steps up, his pocket's collapsing, and Caleb Williams just tosses it out to a receiver. Touchdown, USC. The wide receiver that caught the ball was on his left, ran a short up and back route. Saw the pocket collapse, so he decided to drift right to create an opening for Caleb. And when Caleb went right, he just right to his receiver. And receiver broke a couple of tackles on his way to the end zone. And there was a flag on the extra point. How's everybody doing tonight? We doing okay tonight? All right. There's a gain of 6 for Notre Dame on first down. 2nd and 4. Notre Dame has the ball. Handoff by Notre Dame. Gain of, looks like they give them 2 yards. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Oh my God! USC blew that up. And Notre Dame was forced to punt. USC in a shotgun, and they hand the ball off, and they get around the edge and get 4 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 6. 3rd and 5. Caleb in the shotgun. He steps up. And his wide receiver's wide open. Come on, Marcus Freeman. What in the world is with your defense? Oh, Notre Dame took it away. Oh, my God. They're saying Notre Dame took the ball away. Yes. Give him the turnover, man. No, quit saying it's SC ball. Give it to Notre Dame. Notre Dame is going to start this down 14-0. Come on. The longer it goes, the worse it makes it feel. Come on. I don't know anymore. Maybe that was the right call. USC in the shotgun. Fake the handoff. Throw it to the wide receiver. And he picks up 4, 6 maybe. USC is in the red zone. Picked up 5. Oh my God. Williams just created a play and pitched it to the receiver. No, the pocket collapsed. He made enough moves to Not get an interception, throw it to the receiver. The receiver went like 15 yards. First and goal at the 2. And it gets blown up. Let's go. Notre Dame goal line defense blew that up. Ball's 5-yard line. Really? A PI?
What's up, man?
What's up?
Let's see. USC is winning a little bit. 7-0. Bless you. Bless you. Let's see. Kenny Dillingham is going to be the new head coach of Arizona State.
Who?
Kenny Dillingham, the Oregon offensive coordinator.
Oh.
Yep. Which makes him the youngest head coach in all college football. Well, in the Power 5, my mistake. Here we go.
Oh, it was almost picked off. Oh, my Lord. What now? Oh! Pass interference on Caleb Williams.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they did like a double end around. Oh, I see what happened. They did double end around. They tried to pull like a double Philly special, but we're going from right to left. Like the pitch comes from the right, and then they pitch it again, going back to the left, and he's in the end zone as the receiver, and he pushed the defender. Oh, down goes Caleb Williams. Yeah, I don't know if it's because like I'm just tired at this point, even though I fell asleep for like an hour, but
Ooh.
I'm just like, I feel deflated.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's stupid because it's just a football game, but
True.
I can't stand some of these people, and they're like, we're gonna give you crap because you always give us crap. It's like, really?
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh my God, they almost made it all up. Third and goal from like the 26. They run a run play, and was it like the 12 for fourth and goal? At least they held them to a field goal.
Oh. Well, Minnesota ended. They won for a second straight year against Wisconsin today, thus making it the first time since 1993 1994 where they beat Wisconsin in consecutive years.
Just like how today's win was the first time since 99 and 2000 that Michigan beat Ohio State back to back.
Mhm.
I mean, I knew it was bound to happen at some point, honestly, because you can't be a head coach at a big program like that and go over and then just have one lucky win out of the blue.
Well, and something also is like you brought up a point where there's going to be Buckeye fans having hashtag Fire Ryan Day at some point.
Mhm.
The consecutive losses to Michigan, and I'm just going to tell you right now, that would be a mistake.
Yeah, I'd rather see this turn into another 10-year war or 15 or 20-year war than just, oh, well, Ryan Day all of a sudden sucks because he can't beat Michigan for 2 years in a row. The dude's 44-5 since he took over in 2019.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, USC's got 10-0 lead. But yeah, I think this really helps USC. If anything, all they really have to do is win. And, they don't really have to do anything. They just need to pull for Georgia, really.
Yeah.
Oh, and I need to make a little retraction. I thought that it was automatically going to be all Washington had to do was win, but it turns out if Washington wins, Utah gets a date against USC in a rematch.
Utah is usually pretty good in rematches because they swept Oregon last year into. So if
Yeah.
Utah goes,
So
they win.
what Utah really needed was a win over Colorado. They got that done. They needed an Oregon State win over Oregon. That happened today. And they did it with only 6 passes. I mean,
Yeah, that was the crazy part.
they needed UCLA to win over Cal, which that needed to happen, thus giving the tiebreaker over Oregon, Washington. Well, all they need tonight is Washington to beat Washington State. They're good to go. So Utah wins a 3-team tiebreaker due to the strength of its conference record. A Cal win over UCLA would have eliminated the Utes before they took the field today versus Colorado. So Washington is basically out of it. They can basically just play for a 10-2 year and a possible shot at a New Year's Six Bowl.
Yeah.
But yeah, how about the fantastic job by Jonathan Smith as head coach?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good coach.
Yeah, his second time in 3 years that he's beaten Oregon.
Wow.
He is good. I think he's going to be an even better coach than Mike Riley at this point.
Why do you think of that?
I don't know. I just think that Jonathan Smith could be that guy that really gets that big game for Oregon State. I mean, he's getting there already.
Mm-hmm.
But, Mike Riley was always close, but no cigar. Especially in 08 and 09 when he had a shot to clinch Rose Bowl bids, but he couldn't. He was always just short. But Jonathan Smith, I don't think he looks like that kind of coach that's going to come up short.
I would hope not.
He doesn't seem like it. I mean, what a turnaround job by him.
God, there's already 2 minutes left in the first quarter.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know that USC's in, but now the question is it going to be Oregon or Utah by the time it's 1 a.m.? That we will know.
True.
So there we go. So that's going to be really big. But we know Hugh Freeze is going to Auburn, but not officially yet. But the way that attitude was showing in the last 3 weeks basically showed us he was not thinking about Liberty and playing against Virginia Tech or New Mexico State. You got beat down by New Mexico State. Like, what's wrong with you, man? And you let yourself get beat by Connecticut.
Yeah, didn't they only lose by 3? They should have won that game.
I know. Oh yeah. They lost by 3 against UConn. They lost
that was a big play.
They lost by 1 against Virginia Tech. So they lost by 1 against Wake Forest, but they got whipped by New Mexico State in their own backyard on senior day. Not good.
Yeah, I would still think it wouldn't be good to call for Ryan's job if the outcome was something like New Mexico State Liberty.
All right. Well, LSU Texas A&M is tied at 10 apiece.
It is. Tennessee's up 14-0.
They are. Oh, Boston College is ahead 10-0 against Syracuse.
That's good.
Yeah, well, we didn't pit that game, but still. Question is, does Dino Babers keep a job if he loses to Boston College tomorrow? Or are they going to have a vote of confidence? There's one coach that I can think of that started out 6-0 and then ended the year at 0-6. You know who that guy was?
I feel like I should know. Was it Luke?
No, it was somebody from Illinois.
Oh, was it Lovie Smith?
No.
Or is it the current coach?
No, it was before that.
Oh, was it Ron Zook or whatever his name was?
Yep. Yeah, he had a great start, but then once he lost to Ohio State, he basically just quit and blew up.
That's usually how it goes.
Oh, yeah. Then they fired Ron Zook because of that little bad end to the season. I think that's what could happen to Dino Babers tomorrow.
You think he could get fired?
Yeah, you can't just start 6-0 and end the regular season at 0-6 and expect to just automatically keep your job. You're gonna need a lot of luck.
True. A&M is down at the LSU 2-yard line. 2 minutes before halftime.
Buckeyes might get a little luck. I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to explain that in the Penn State, Michigan State post-game show over on Mark's channel. and everybody was beating me up. They were like, "You guys lost by 3 touchdowns. Even if there's a chance, you guys don't deserve it." Yada yada yada. I'm like, yeah, technically you're probably right, but if things fall that way, why can't we be the lucky ones and not just Alabama?
Yeah.
Because Alabama, when they were the 4 seed and played Clemson at the 1, I don't think they technically should have went because they didn't even win their division that year.
Yeah. But Bama was the lucky team 2017.
Yeah.
I was pretty happy about that. So thank you guys for beating Wisconsin that year.
Yeah, I feel like if we didn't beat Wisconsin, Wisconsin was going to go. It was either that or, oh no, you mean when Penn State beat Wisconsin?
No, that was 2017. Wisconsin.
Oh, that's right. It was a close, like 6-point win or something, wasn't it?
Mhm.
I think we would have went if the difference would have been by more.
Yeah, if Buckeyes hadn't gotten beat by Iowa, they'd have been in.
Oh yeah.
There would have been no debating over who's in between the Buckeyes and Bama. So let's see.
I'm surprised Notre Dame actually has a run game.
They do. I'm just surprised South Carolina upset Clemson today, but it happened.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like that's kind of a bigger story than Michigan beating Ohio State.
Well, to tell you the truth, today is the first time since November 26, 2011, that Ohio State and Clemson lost on the same day.
You know what's funny? You know what today's date is, don't you?
November 26th,
Yeah.
11 years ago.
Mm.
And let's see, Kansas and Kansas State are tied at 7 apiece.
Oh yeah.
So if Kansas State wins, they go to the Big 12 title game against TCU. But if Kansas wins, yeah, they got beat by Texas, shellacked by them, but they get to have the last laugh on the Texas Longhorns. Say, ha ha, you don't get in. Well, like if Kansas loses Kansas State, they get that last laugh. But Kansas beats Kansas State, Texas is in.
So come on, Kansas State.
Yeah. And Central Florida looks like they're going to have that second spot in the AAC conference title game. So if it goes the way it continues against South Florida, they're going to be able to help make the Big 12 look good next Saturday by possibly beating Tulane again if that happens. But personally, I want to see Tulane win. I love the turnaround job by Willie Fritz. He's done a magnificent job.
Well, and it would be nice to see a different group of 5 team get the New Year's 6 bid.
Yeah. Hey, maybe the SEC could invite him back.
Yeah, when I saw that the other day, I was like, what?
Yeah, this was like before any of our lifetimes, but
oh yeah,
Tulane was actually an SEC team.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and yesterday's Florida State game was the highest scoring game in the history of the rivalry.
Yeah, I saw that after the game was over. Yes, A&M scored a touchdown. Let's go.
Oh, Jimbo's finally getting it together. Well, you know. He picked a bad time, though.
Come on. That's a bad spot.
So, I don't think Jimbo's going to be gone. I think he's going to make some staff changes, and I think it's going to be exactly like Harbaugh, where they negotiate with him to get his buyout down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to pay him little, you know, kind of lower, give him like a little pay cut.
Mm-hmm.
That will probably happen with Jimbo.
It should. I mean, preseason number 6. Your recruiting class for this year was like what, top 5?
You had number 1 recruiting class for 2022.
And at best, you're going to finish 5 and 7. You deserve a pay cut.
Yeah. Or 4 and 8, but either way, it's like.
Well, yeah, at best 5 and 7, at worst 4 and 8.
Yeah. But either way, it's still not good.
You know, it would be funny. LSU loses tonight because they've already clinched the division.
Right.
LSU loses tonight. They go to Atlanta. Now, yes, I agree with you when you said earlier in the OSU Michigan stream that most likely Kirby will get Georgia to show up and they'll actually win this year. But I think it'd be funny. They lose tonight. That's 3 losses. They go to Atlanta, win the SEC, and that forces the college football playoff to put in a 3-loss conference champion.
Nah.
Because they would, if they would lose and drop because they're in the SEC championship game, I don't see the committee dropping them outside the top 10.
Yeah. But I mean, Georgia's in either way. Like,
Yeah.
regardless. I mean, but
Yeah.
Kirby's going to bring him up. You know, he's learned too much from Saban. You know, that's what I think Cadillac Williams needs to do. I mean, he has a great future. I think, honestly, let's be real. He's not going to be Nett's Auburn head coach. So what he needs to do is go to work for Nick Saban or Kirby Smart and wait it out for the Auburn head coaching job to open.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's Hugh Freeze. He's bound to do something stupid, illegal.
Yeah. But, you know, think about it, though. You know, like how you may or may not know this, but did you know that after 2009, when Bama won it all, that Kirby was originally going to leave the Alabama defensive coordinator job for that same job at Georgia because he wanted to go Georgia that much because it's his alma mater. But here's what Saban did. Coach Saban told him, "Look, I know you want to go to Georgia. You've always wanted to go there, to be coaching there and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But do you want to be another position coach that may be staying or may get fired? Or do you want to be the next head coach of Georgia?" And guess what? You saw Kirby staying for the next several years, and he waited it out for the job that he wanted. That's what Cadillac Williams needs to do. Go to work for Kirby or go to work for Saban. One of the two.
I'd say go to work for Kirby because I know Kirby is getting up there, but Saban's closer to how much longer is he really going to be there.
True. That would be the best move. Like, work for one of those guys. And if you did that, you'll be good to go.
Oh yeah.
And anytime there's like an Auburn position coach job open, you don't go there. You wait it out for the head coaching job. Because I know Auburn's your alma mater, but just wait for the head coaching job. You sit and wait. You learn how you stay as the running backs coach, and then get yourself promoted as like offensive coordinator. You'll be good to go. Just work on what you got to do. Work on your future. And then that Auburn head coaching job is all yours, man.
Oh yeah.
Just tough it out for the long term.
I'm surprised they were like, you're going to be the interim head coach, and that's it. Like, there is no. Because I think at one point, didn't they tell him like, you're just like Luke Fickle. You're just a fill-in till we get the next guy. There wasn't really, because I think the season was more or less shot to a degree, and they were like, you don't really have a chance to prove yourself.
Why didn't Ohio State just like say, okay, we're going to give ourselves a postseason ban for 2011 and just think about 2012? I don't know why they didn't do that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of stupid.
Huh?
That was kind of stupid.
I know, right? That was just a dumb move. But what's done is done.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a big loss of yardage. Come on, Caleb. You got to get rid of that ball one way or another.
But yeah, that's going to be like what happens, I think that, but yeah, let's see. Ooh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. No. Oh my God.
Let's see. Well, it was close on the final score with Bama Auburn.
Oh, you were
45-21. They won 49-27. Close on the point margin, though.
Well, it's funny because I guessed Michigan's score correctly, but I guessed them on the losing side, not the winning side.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, USC punter. You just punted the crap out of that.
Oh, yeah. I saw that little muff punt from Oregon today. I was like, oh, man, that just cost you.
Oh, the one that Oregon State immediately converted into a touchdown?
Mm-hmm.
I saw that. I was like, oh, that's it. It's over.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna hurt you.
Every time.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay. Come on.
Hospital for me? For $1,200? Did you say yeah? Yeah, dude. He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover. That's what it is, right? It pays you money to help close that gap. Don't tell me he asked that. He's so money. Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day. It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. They'll be early check-ins. They'll eat shit. Good days. And bad ones. But you'll never quit because you're in this together. It won't always be easy, but when you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. You gotta root for full-time fans. Root for those with a fighting spirit. Rivalry week. When college football's fighting spirit comes to life. Because this is what I've done. Root for full-time fans with a fighting spirit. One of my favorite football memories as a kid was Anthony Davis' epic 6-touchdown game against Howard. He brought 2 kickoffs back to the house. Look at the celebration dance. I'm 10 years old watching this. I wasn't the biggest ever aircraft. Anthony Davis was 5'9". I got the backyard curve and I ran. They did that little touchdown dance. He was honored here, part of that great 70s year championship team. It was cool to see him in the bus. Very cool. He's a great baseball player. He's got 5 championship rings. 2 football, 3 baseball.
Come on. Excuse me. There we go.
Really cranking the nacho fries. Ads are working. What else? Like on the picture over here. I put that there. This isn't about chasing some silly dream. It's about facing your destiny head on. Are we about to turn back now? I say nay. We shall push forward to destiny. Sure, Tim. Gently push in the clutch and put it in first. A thirst for destiny. A thirst for destiny. This is Dr. Harlan T. Betzworth. He's the owner of Betzworth Vet World. Business was steady, but then an influx of new four-legged friends changed everything. Dr. Betzworth welcomed these new patients. The only problem, more appointments, many needed more space. That's when Dr. Betzworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits to adapt with his business. He uses card prefers USA earns and everyone's happy. Get the card built for business on American Express.
Who knew heartbreak could be so good for business? Whoever you are out there, just know, Janet sees you. Really, it's nobody's business what you order to support local business. But thank you for supporting local business.
The highlight of the season is here. The Great Christmas Night Fight, Monday on ABC. He reversed the call of the field and is the first down for Logan Diggs, looks and stretch the ball right there. This is to the 30. It comes out as it hits the ground. It's a low fumble. The Irish have to cry.
They gave him the first down. Jesus.
What up, man?
What's up?
I'm back. And Notre Dame's getting up there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Go, 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 go. Yes. First down.
Well, you know, it's halftime and Texas A&M's leading.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what happened with the Kansas State because I was looking at that too. And
Oh, they're leading 21-7 in first quarter.
well, like on
Bots.
on this thing on my phone, it said at one point they were up 16-7 because of a safety. Then I looked down again and it was like, oh, they took the safety away.
Mm-hmm.
Touchdown, Notre Dame. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my gosh. Mayer just he don't catch it. They should have called PI, but he caught it, so it don't matter.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was hanging all over him.
Let's see. The Pac-12 title game is next Friday on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And Coastal Carolina is going to play Troy at the Sun Belt title game.
That's the thing about trade. You see, they don't happen on your schedule.
I wish I had cable and internet, because then, or at least internet, because then I could do a stream for a championship game next week. But
Yeah. Oh, Notre Dame score. Well, you know.
yeah, Michael Mayer touchdown.
Yeah. Purdue, you know, had a great day today. Although, wait until they realize they got to play Michigan.
I don't know, man. They could. They could be tough for Michigan, but we were supposed to be tough, and look what the crap they did to us.
Yeah.
This season, the Home Depot is helping every fan outfan themselves. Fans like the ultimate entertainers.
And there's a little something from the Gamecock Insider on Instagram, on Discord.
And of course, the absolute fanatics.
Is the volume okay? Yeah, the volume's turned on.
And sending some stuff about Florida being mad about last night.
It's been a grind, but I think it's too late.
Mm.
Some might say perfect. Who's ready to sing? Official sponsor of the college football playoff. Freezing cool. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wipers are engineered to withstand most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last indoors. Rain-X outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
At Domino's, next time you order 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each, you can be in a first shop. Because hundreds of new electric vehicles are rolling out to deliver Domino's across America. I'm great. Nothing beats the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea. Made with real fruit tea, just the right kid. Just ask for it. Twisted Tea Hot Iced Tea. Halftime, 4 just minutes away. Dan Booker and Ken here.
What's up?
Huh. Yeah, it's something from Bama SEC country I'm looking at from Instagram saying we are now huge Notre Dame, Kansas State, Georgia fans. Never say never. Yeah, I'm not too sure that Bama's getting in.
Yeah, it's about as much of a stretch for Ohio State getting in.
I wouldn't say that because, I don't really see how they let in a two-loss Bama team. I mean, I'd love to see Bama get in, but that's just I don't see that happening. It's more of a chance of Ohio State, I think, but I could be wrong.
God. Well, because didn't you say there were? Didn't you say that FSU hadn't beaten Florida in such a while, such a long time?
Yeah, the last time they beat Florida prior to yesterday was 2017. Jimbo.
Okay, so the one you sent from Barstool, Florida, about storming the field while favored by 10, it, calling it peak little brother syndrome,
Yeah.
that's retarded. Because they stormed the field because they hadn't beaten Florida since 2017.
Yeah, that was I was just sending some stuff from like Florida's reactions, and I will see what I can find from the Barstool Florida State. Let's see, or is it Barstool Knoll? That's what it'll have to be. Golly. There it is. Here we go. Knowles ain't good this weekend.
My buddy from work asked me how I was doing. I said, I'm okay right now. So when I go on people's live streams later or within the next few days and I'm getting crapped on, he's like, don't worry about it. Just go burn a couch. You'll feel better. I said, I can't burn a couch. I can't stoop to the level of the freaking college kids around here. Ooh. I know it's just his first year, but you think Mike Norvell's already earned an extension?
Oh, his third year? I don't know, to be honest. I'm honestly wondering if they're going to put him on wait and see mode.
They might.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because you go from 3 wins to 5 wins to 9 wins.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he's been there for 3 years?
Yeah.
I thought this was his first year. I must just not be paying too much attention. Ugly sweaters.
Well, let's see. They're going to be playing LSU again next year. They'll be in Florida. And they're going to go to Gainesville to play Florida. They have to go to Clemson, and they got Miami at home for next year. I just wish they could make that little Florida State the Clemson game. I mean, not Florida State Clemson, but how do you call it? Oh man, I don't know. I'm a little zonked. I see.
Florida State, Florida.
Yeah, well, no, Florida Miami. That should be annual, but Florida's just too scared, obviously.
Florida, Miami.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because Florida State, Miami is. So
Oh yeah. I mean, I'd like to see if Florida State's gonna take back the ACC next year. I'll try to take over the town there.
Be nice.
Yeah, because it gets a little tiring hearing about Clemson all the time.
Oh yeah.
Dabo's pretty good, but yeah, I think Beamer Ball Jr. did pretty good today. He's got himself a beautiful future at South Carolina.
So these Barstool channels, do they for their stores? Do they make good merch?
I think so. Yeah, it was just I just happened to not follow some of their little things on Twitter and Instagram.
Because I mean, for obvious reasons, I follow Barstool, Ohio State, and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at ESPN, CBS Sports, Fox Sports, Outkick, Barstool Sports, Pat McAfee. Oh, Urinating Tree, Chiseled Adonis.
Urinating Tree, I like him.
Who doesn't? He's one of the best. Here comes the high-end talent. Here I come to save the day. I didn't even know that was a song from Mighty Mouse until I looked it up. So that is pretty cool.
God, the U-Town.
Golly. And Tennessee beating up on Vandy tonight.
I don't know how, because freaking what's his name?
Hendon Hooker.
Oh, Hendon Hooker's back.
No, Hendon Hooker's hurt.
Yeah.
They got that
Joe Milton.
Mm-hmm, Joe Milton.
He stinks. Either Vandy just didn't show up, or they really actually went back to sucking.
Could be that Joe Milton's doing pretty good against Vandy because he's got 133 passing yards.
That could be. Oh my gosh. What? my goodness.
Saw something from the Yinzer himself today,
Mhm.
where he was commenting about Harbaugh. Let's see. Remember when it was cool to do on Michigan and Jim Harbaugh for choking every big game away?
Yeah.
Those were the days, weren't they? Then I retweeted and said, and now the current trend will be Ryan Day this and Ryan Day that until he can end the losing streak against Michigan.
Yep.
So that is going to be
Oh,
that will be the current trend. It was like I said on that little message today. It's like the 2020 COVID season was the best thing to happen to Michigan because they weren't doing so hot, and Harbaugh was. Let's see, he was figuring out, okay, where did I go wrong 2020? How have I not beaten Ohio State since I became head coach? And guess what? He's fixing it, and he's fixed it. And Josh Pate said just now, 29 minutes ago,
mhm.
Jim Harbaugh tried getting the Vikings job and failed. Then he had to check back in and replace both coordinators, and the dude somehow improved on a Big Ten title squad from 2021. Big man.
So big.
It would not surprise if Georgia doesn't win at all, because I was on the phone with my grandmother on mom's side of the family today. I was asked, who do I think wins it all? I'm thinking, honestly, it could be either Georgia or Michigan. Because, I'm not forgetting that image I saw on Instagram when I was looking at Blake Corum and the Michigan guys just watching the Georgia Bulldogs celebrate. It's like, ooh, you won't put yourself through that pain. I know what you're doing. You're getting yourselves motivated for 2022, and you're going to take what's yours. That's a nice touch. Looking to be the third 15-0 team to win it all. I mean, I could see that, though. I mean, Michigan will beat Purdue, but under Harbaugh's rule, they've never been able to win a New Year's Six bowl or a playoff game. That's going to be the test.
Mm-hmm.
We know he'll beat Purdue, but let's not kill ourselves. Just focus on getting the Big Ten title, and you're in. And then all you got to do is win 2 little playoff games, and the natty is yours.
Well, the trick is to win the first playoff game to start with.
True. And it's probably going to be against somebody like TCU. But how funny would that be if the national championship was Michigan-Ohio State?
Yeah, that would be kind of funny.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to check real quick on the Trojans. I'll be back.
See, this is retarded.
It tastes like it's just the top of the line peppermint. For me, no milkshake is top end to peppermint milkshake.
It's not even a little bit about the Chick-fil-A peppermint milkshake. It is how it just makes me think and the sweet peppermint bark flavor. It's definitely on my list of things that bring me joy around the holidays.
Okay, I'm back. Hold on.
Very good.
And it's halftime. So a little bit of that little halftime interview.
All the things. Roll with the punch. And go when you wanna. Go with
I'm seriously thinking about getting me one of them. This is our state shirts and the one with the Florida State Miami.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's your money, man. No worries. You do what you gotta do. Oh man. Ryan Day now has many losses for Michigan in 2 seasons as Jim Tressel, Luke Fickle, and Urban Meyer had in 18. Yep. And an Oregon player threw a punch at an Oregon State fan. Oh man. I keep thinking about like the 09 game when Oregon played against Boise State. And then like after
yeah.
it
And
was
then what's
that
his name threw a punch?
yeah, LeGarrette Blunt was, just punching Boise State dude. He was mad that night.
Yeah. Well, shoot. 10-point lead at halftime. I mean, Oregon stretched the lead up to 17 and straight up blew it.
Yeah. That was not good for the Ducks. But, oh well for them.
True.
But that would be pretty fun to see a little USC Utah rematch.
Oh, yeah, it'd be nice. That doesn't surprise me. The defense is in the SEC. Plus, he lights up all the cupcakes.
Oh man, how did I not send this out?
Oh, wait, that wasn't you?
No, wait. It was something from Michigan won in Columbus from College Game Day's Facebook page. Last time Michigan won in Columbus prior to today, Tom Brady hadn't made an NFL debut yet. 5 days before Tom Brady's debut.
Good God. LSU tied it up.
LS who?
LSU.
And CJ Stroud hadn't been born yet. Ryan Day was starting QB at New Hampshire under Chip Kelly. Harbaugh was playing for the Chargers. For the no Chargers, no.
Where is everybody?
Probably on Mark Rogers. Or they're tired or something.
Well, like Jeffrey, I think he's still watching with his parents.
Yeah. That is it, I'm sure. And I'm thinking Will's doing the Notre Dame USC post game or something.
Like he's prepping for it or whatever.
Hurry's on it, I think. Oh, there it is. Halftime update.
Oh, that's right. Mark does a halftime update.
Oh, there it is. How is Mark not considered for the playoff committee? That's what I want to know. Oh, there it is. Post game show.
Yeah,
Oh,
they did.
they most certainly did. Wolverine Mike.
Yeah, I'm keeping my word. The only thing I don't have is a red liquid, but I have the Michigan shirt on. It's weird because, like, I know it's just a shirt.
Yeah.
I think it's just the heat of the moment. I feel gross.
Yeah. I'll get fits real soon. And, Kansas is getting spanked.
They are.
Uh-huh. But on the bright side, they get a little last laugh on Kansas State. I mean, Texas, excuse me. Yeah, staying up late till 4 is not a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, a little. But I was able to get up right on time for Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, I had to force myself up, and, like, I was dragging through the first half, even though I was all, yeah.
Yeah, most time if I have to get up for someplace, like go someplace, get ready for someplace or something, my body will wake me up at the hour I need to get up. And it happens.
Well, let's see. We're fighting Uncle Lou's live because he's streaming 3 games.
Ooh.
Because he's got 3 TVs in his man cave.
Who is playing TCU in the Big 12 championship game? Well, if Kansas State wins, it's going to be Kansas State. But if Kansas wins, it's going to be Texas.
Yes.
So, thank you for the question, Zephas.
Yes, thank you. That's funny. The Iowa.
Thumbs up right back to you too, man.
Yes, thank you, Zephas. I know at some point I gotta go into Mark's stream, either the recap stream or the top 25 that actually makes sense stream, and I gotta have this on. And I'm not looking forward to. It's like I've been the Buckeye fan that tries to come on and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to look down the middle,
right,
unbiased and be fair, and was telling them, well, whatever you do, don't take it out on me because I just want a good game. I don't care who wins.
Yeah, I had like I remember several weeks ago when I was sharing, Bama, Tennessee, right? The game, because I mean, let's be honest, Tennessee beating Bama in 2022 ending a long losing streak against one of your biggest rivals is big. And I had like one or two people giving me crap about how, oh well, I'm gonna block you because you're posting all that pro Tennessee stuff. It's like I'm not being pro Tennessee. I am sharing the stat of a long losing streak ending. So that's what I'm doing is sharing a bunch of posts on it on social media, letting the people know what's going on in case they missed it. Same thing I did with Michigan, Ohio State last year and BYU, Utah. The people have to know. And the people deserve to know. Michigan man Jason will be more intolerable than usual.
Yeah, he's even admitted to me that if they did win today, that he's gonna him and Mike Fort be rubbing it in everybody's face. Because their excuse was, well, all the OSU fans did it to us. And it's like, well,
But yeah, that Bama game, that was pretty big. I mean, I know that Cadillac Williams isn't going to be a permanent coach. Hugh Freeze will be the next coach. And let's see. Joey Foster suspects that West Virginia's going to keep Neil Brown. They just might. Well, that big upset over Oklahoma State may have showed that they got a lot of faith in them.
oh dear Lord,
What?
Kansas State's up 30-21.
Mm-hmm. That's Wildcats for you.
Yes, A&M retook the lead. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I feel like I don't know if I'm gonna try if I can, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it to Mark's end of the night stream.
Yeah, I don't know if I will or not. I'm probably just gonna send some stats, on the Discord chat for our show tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we gotta make sure we got all the stats, all of everything out.
So when we do the recap, are we going to talk about any games that we did not pick?
Like the honorable mention games. I think we could be like talking about like Illinois Northwestern. I don't know, but I'd say we could talk about Illinois Northwestern because they were fighting for the Big Ten West Division alongside Iowa and Purdue. But Purdue won, which makes the point of Illinois winning the West Division moot.
Right.
Let's see. Well, Jeffrey was doing like he was doing like a thing on his channel about BYU Stanford. BYU's been really disappointing this year, but Stanford has been disappointing for the last few years. And is David Shaw going to stay at Stanford this next year, or is he going to be canned? What happens to him? That's the question.
Yeah. I think he's a good coach.
Yeah. He just should have left Stanford when he had the chance. Well, chance says to do so. Somebody said today on Twitter that Auburn University is a last chance U. I said that Auburn University is more like second chance university.
The National Desk tracks the next weather maker live across America. The National Desk keeps you up to date on news at the moment. Choose America's news now. The National Desk, weekday mornings starting at 6 on the CW Columbus. Mirror, mirror, mozzarella, look at this white crispy fella, sausage cheese, crispy chicken, Italian royal butter,
Depending on how I'm feeling, I might.
Ooh.
I hope they keep it close because I picked Notre Dame to win. I more or less need this pick to come out in third place. But I think USC is probably going to pull away in the second half. The only thing that's helping Notre Dame is they seem to be having a decent run game on USC's defense.
USC definitely pulling away.
Most likely.
I like Notre Dame, but unfortunately, I don't think Notre Dame will get the job done tonight out in LA. I mean, I'm thinking USC's back.
You think so?
I know so. Lane Kiffin's getting them up and rolling. He is getting them up and rolling.
Lane Kiffin? You mean Lincoln Riley?
Yeah, Lincoln Riley. That's what I was saying, Lincoln Riley. This is why you should never stay up till 4 a.m. Audience. Because you're going to be mixing up names and you're going to be zonked, everything. Unless USC turns the ball over a few times, I think they pull away in the third. Agreed. Lincoln Riley's getting it done. I think I said Lincoln Riley. That's right.
Yeah, you said it right that time.
Yeah. I don't think I said Lane Kiffin, but if I did, my error. Yeah, Lincoln's going to win it. But does he win a national title at USC? I don't think it's this year, but it could happen next year or a few years after, or a year or so after that. I just wonder if Marcus Freeman and Lincoln Riley will be a 10-year war in a way.
It could be. Revamp the rivalry.
Uh-huh. And it's on NBC every year.
Unless it's out there. It's on ABC this year.
Well, I think this is going to be the last time it's on ABC because, USC is going to be in the Big Ten starting in 2024. And this week is the final week where Big Ten football is on any part of ESPN or ABC.
Yeah?
Yeah, because start next year, it's a TV contract with Fox, CBS, and NBC. They're doing like that little noon kickoff at noon. And then they're doing the afternoon game on CBS. I don't know how they'll do it just for 2023, but in like 2024, that's how they're going to do it. Noon kickoff, 11 a.m. Fox. Afternoon game on CBS. And nighttime game on NBC.
Yep. And then all the crappy team games on Peacock.
And Paramount Plus. Maybe they'll add a game on Fox Nation. Like, oh, I don't know. Iowa, Maryland. Nah, but in all seriousness, it's more likely on the Big Ten Network. So we had fun here at the Young Guns. So PJ Fleck, he should be in good standing with Minnesota, I'm sure, because he beat Wisconsin for a second straight year. I mean, he is the guy that snapped the losing streak in 2018.
True.
"16 straight run plays by Oregon State. That is big." What are you doing? Okay, 1 2 1. Oh, he's 3-3 against Wisconsin. PJ Fleck.
Oh. Yeah.
That is pretty good.
It's better than being 1-2 against your rival.
True.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and excluding the 2020 season, this is the worst year since, I believe, 2001 for Wisconsin football.
That makes sense.
Okay, last time Gophers beat Wisconsin back-to-back, PJ Fleck was 14 years old. Not a single player on the Gophers roster was born yet. Jim Wacker was the head coach. He looks like Woody Harrelson's dad.
Ooh. My God, he threw that into triple coverage.
That's big.
But it is Mayer, so knew he was going to come down with it. Notre Dame is driving. They need something here. If they come away with nothing, I would say it's over.
Oh, yeah, I was right. You know, this year's been the worst year since 2001 for Wisconsin. Wisconsin was 5-7 in 2001.
What'd they finish this year? 5-7?
No, 6-6.
Oh.
Yeah, Paul Chris couldn't get it done. But Jim Leonhard, let's see. Let's look. Jim Leonhard was 1, 2, 3. Jim Leonhard has been 4-3 as the interim coach this year, and I keep hearing he's going to be the next head coach for Wisconsin.
Maybe.
But, you know, and I heard like a lot of people saying, you know, oh, Paul Chris shouldn't have been fired and all that. It does suck, but, you know, he did a great job in 2015 to 2016. You know, he had like a 10-win season, 13-win season, right? And then 2018 was where it all went downhill from there.
Isn't that about when he got Graham Mertz?
I think so.
I think Graham Mertz is overrated. I don't think he's that good.
Yeah. But they were not really good. They went down. So here's what they did. They started out ranked 4th in the nation that year. And they were 6th in the nation going into BYU, and it was at Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
But then guess what? BYU upsets them in their own backyard. Then they get beat down by Michigan. Then they get upset by Northwestern. Then Penn State kind of takes them to the barn. And then Minnesota snaps the losing streak against Wisconsin. So their first win since 2003 at the time. And 2019, that was the only time in that stretch from 2018 to this year where they won their division.
You said 2018 was the only time they won their division?
No, 2019.
Oh, 19.
Mm-hmm. Oh, USC is going to stomp a mud hole in Notre Dame. They are mad about being not being in the top 4. They're just mad.
They wouldn't have. I think they're just mad that LSU was ranked ahead of them.
Ellis who?
Very funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's like LSU is just, they're pretty good and all, but that was enough to make USC mad, I'm sure. All they got to do is pull for Georgia next Saturday, but they have to win the Pac-12 title game. Oh my God.
He's going and going and going.
What do we have here? We have UCF, almost blowing a lead against South Florida, a 1-10. Is Central Florida going to blow their opportunity going to the American Athletic Conference title game? And it's a Tulane Cincinnati rematch? I mean, so they go into the third quarter, they're leading third. So in the middle of third quarter, they're leading 31-7, and they're blowing a lead. One second. Yeah, got a little something. But yeah, I don't see how Malzahn isn't in a hot seat in Central Florida. I mean, losing games that you shouldn't, that's not good.
It's probably because it's a group of 5.
Yeah, but they're going to be in the Big 12 next year. And at some point, Texas and Oklahoma are going to leave that conference.
Yeah, that was the whole point of bringing all 4 of them in, was to cover their butt.
Yeah. Well, smart.
True.
But also, they should try to snatch some teams from the Pac-12. Get Utah to come over. Get Colorado to come back. Get Arizona and Arizona State to join. And then wait it out a decade or so. And if West Virginia still wants to be in the Big 12, which they probably will be by that time, who are we kidding? Then the ACC can go. Then the Big 12 can go get Pittsburgh and Virginia Tech to come to the Big 12.
Ooh, Oklahoma's only up by 1 on Texas Tech. It's halftime, and there's already 51 points in Kansas State.
Okay, so let's see. Central Florida lost to Louisville, East Carolina, and Navy, but they were able to beat Cincinnati and Tulane.
Ah, touchdown USC.
Oh yeah, that'll be a USC victory.
Just got to pray for next week, I guess.
Well, maybe either Cam Rising gets it done or Bo Nix gets it done. Who knows? But I'm probably gonna lean toward USC on that matchup.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, nothing personal against Cam Rising or Bo Nix, but this is business.
Business is business.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yep, end of the third quarter, A&M is leading 24-17 in the fourth quarter. And Tennessee is shutting out Vandy.
Yeah. My
And
thing is like, I committed to calling this game. You think because it says watch party and hangout? You think if it gets too bad, there's no problem of like changing the game,
I don't know, to be
or
honest.
should I just maybe put a different game on this screen and leave like this up?
Well, this is a watch party for USC Notre Dame. Oh, and Zeth said, I'm headed out. Have a good night, guys. Get some rest. You too, man.
You too.
I think I'll probably go to bed once Washington State's over.
God, dude, that's gonna be like what 1:30?
Yeah. And then tomorrow's going to be coach firings.
It's gonna be what?
It's going to be coach firings and coach hirings.
True.
Or, staff firings. I mean, just a big question. Boston College has already beaten Syracuse.
Yeah, 10-3.
Hmm.
It's on ESPN3. That's funny.
Yeah. Well, Babers is owed $10 million if he's fired. Wonder if Syracuse is looking to pay that much.
I don't know. I don't think they really seem like a school that can afford pay them that much.
Wonder who's getting Jamie Chadwell from Coastal Carolina.
You think he'll leave?
For the right opportunity. Took Chris Pearson the right opportunity. Oh. Ooh, 24-7. Oh, it's a 2-touchdown lead for Jimbo.
They scored again?
Yeah. Connor Wegman passed to Moose Muhammad III for a 21-yard touchdown. I think LSU's looking a little ahead to that SEC title game.
Oh, shoot.
The Bayou Bengals.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were because, like I said, if they can somehow pull off the upset, they're as a 3-loss team, you're guaranteed to get in the playoff because you're a conference champion. You'd probably be like the 4 seed, but
It's a lot. That'd be a lot of chaos if that happened.
the only way I would see them keeping LSU out as a conference champion, 3 losses, would be to probably have TCU lose, and that way you can bump USC if they win, and bump USC to the 3 seed, and then put somebody like Ohio State in at the 4.
Yeah. That's for sure. But, Georgia's going to be beating up LSU from what I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah.
They're the new Bama.
Yeah, I asked Mark that. He's like, let's let them win this championship first. But it's like, they're already going to. Like, everybody's projected them to do it anyway.
True. Yeah, they're pretty much the new Bama, and it's gonna be Michigan beating Purdue. TCU's gonna beat whoever they play, and then there'll be one. Will it be LSU or will it be USC?
Well, to a degree, Purdue's been known to show up for big games. I mean, shoot, last year they knocked off Iowa and Michigan State.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's possible Purdue could.
That touchdown for Notre Dame?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's big.
Desperately needed that. But, yeah, I'm like, so. Because Michigan's not really a lock for the playoff unless they win next week.
Mm-hmm. But, like, if USC loses and LSU loses out,
Mm-hmm.
then you got the Buckeyes in. I don't think you're seeing Bama get in.
I think you'll see Ohio State get in before you see Bama get in.
True. You're going to see a repeat of 2017, but with the Buckeyes getting in. I'll tell you what. I really hope this wasn't Bryce Young's last game today, but if it was, I wish him nothing but awesomeness and to a bunch of Super Bowls. He's that good.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely that good. And goodness gracious, Tennessee's up 35-0.
Oh, yeah, they're getting out the belt and just spanking Vanderbilt. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something.
Okay.
Numbers are everything. The most important stat must be quality. It is vital to mental, emotional, and physical performance. The new Climate 360 Smart Bed actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to heat. Creators in 28 minutes more restful sleep.
Pretty simple.
So this is what I think USC is going to do.
Mm-hmm.
What Tennessee's doing in Vanderbilt right now.
Oh, that's funny.
They're getting out that belt. Like,
You gotta be kidding me. App State lost in overtime?
I thought they won. Hold on.
Appalachian State.
Jeez. Georgia Southern has stunned the college football world. But it's funny though, Appalachian State sits and sits, but they had that win over Texas A&M. And North Carolina's just been putrid these last 2 weeks. I just wonder if Clemson's just going to go on them next Saturday. Bring out that Genjitsu. ABC.
Man, Coastal got curb stomped.
Mm-hmm. By James Matheson.
Well, the tweet says on to the championship game, so they were probably just like, whatever. We're bowl eligible. We're going to the championship game. Who cares about this one? Let's go A&M. Notre Dame needs a stop. God, you're letting them push you around, Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
11 Warriors. That's funny.
Oh, what time does it say left on the game at where you're at?
5:12 in the third quarter.
Oh, I'm way behind you, man.
Oh, crap. Mark tweeted 5 hours ago, and Ohio State should not be in the playoff.
He said they shouldn't be,
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
but he never said they
They
won't.
won't be. Yeah.
That's the Genjitsu, my friend. Genjitsu. Barn burn, love it. Yep, there it is. Oh, let's see. Oh, Lincoln's getting them fired up.
Good God.
Caleb. There you go. Doing a little running. Gonna take a break from tweeting at the moment. Need to think about some things. By the way, no, you guys probably blew it, Will.
Because he asked if at halftime if Notre Dame still had a chance. I said, yeah, but I don't
No,
think so.
USC's mad. They want to get in that playoff spot.
Well, let's see. TCU won. Ohio State lost. LSU is trending towards a loss.
Yeah, LSU, they could be. But the question
It'll probably be Georgia 1, TCU. No, Georgia 1, Michigan 2. Oh my God.
TCU 3 is
TCU 3. Probably USC 4.
yeah.
Ohio State 5, maybe.
I think USC should be ahead of TCU, to be honest. Because I like TCU. I love what they do. But USC's got better quality wins. I mean, that Oregon State win just keeps getting better. Especially with today. Like, how people don't get that is just like beyond me. Oh, but you're impressed with them curb stomping Oklahoma, but you're not impressed with USC's heroic win in Corvallis against Oregon State. That's a better win to me than curb stomping Texas or Oklahoma. There we go. 1 minute. Right. Come on, Caleb. Come on. Run. Run. Do your little Fran Tuckerton move. Do your little Patrick Mahomes move. Oh, run. Oh, you're at 20-yard line. All right.
Yeah.
So I see some of the fans, having like Heisman on their chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Hendon Hooker having that ACL injury, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, he's out of the Heisman running. Who's leading the Heisman race?
Well, it was CJ coming in to today, but if you ask me, Caleb Williams, it's basically Caleb Williams to lose.
Yeah, I could see that, to be honest.
In fact, let's see, Bryce isn't playing next week, so he doesn't deserve it.
And he missed that week against Texas A&M.
CJ's not playing next week. He doesn't deserve it.
Hendon Hooker's out for the rest of the year.
BC is out for the rest of the year.
Who is?
Blake Corum.
Yeah, Blake Corum. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically his or just, we're just going to give it to so-and-so because
They're the most deserving.
Yeah. So what would you think if USC gets in and USC somehow pulls the magic carpet out and pulls this thing off, wins the whole thing.
I would think that Lincoln Riley finally learned how to win the big game.
That's true. He can seem to get in. He just can't seem to get out of the first round, so to speak.
True. But I think he'd have a better shot at it with USC than he ever would have with Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think USC's better built than Oklahoma.
I mean, you got like a gold mine of recruits in California.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go.
God. Beauty and the Beast, live action.
How many of those do they have again?
What, Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah, how many of those remakes they have again? Good Lord. I thought they had a 2017 one.
They may have. I think it's like a televised musical, honestly.
Yeah. But here's some more important business. What goes on for Notre Dame after this game?
Probably a bowl game.
Well, that, but what does this do for them for 2023?
I don't know. I would think it would hurt them. Just based on the performance.
So I retweeted Mark Rogers' tweet of Michigan, Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where. Golly. Yep. Michigan wins at Ohio State for the first time in 8,043 days. All good things must come to an end. Congrats, Michigan. I said, yes, they do. It's set in eternity. Exactly. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Just replying with a yep. Well, you know, Mark Rogers commented on my little retweet of his tweet. That's happened to me a few times, like, but I can tell you after stream if I don't zonk out.
Do what?
I'll tell you about some people I've had like retweet some of my stuff after the stream. If I don't zonk out, or I could like message you about it or something. Figure it out, but I'll figure it out or something. I'm just a little.
Apparently, somebody after the game mentioned to Ryan Day about their playoff status and as a contender, and he said, if we were able to get a shot in the top four, we'd be a dangerous team.
Oh, College Football Hall made the exact prediction on Minnesota, Wisconsin. It said there was the opposite. They had Wisconsin winning 23-16, but Minnesota won 23-16. Isn't that ironic? And we're in the fourth quarter of USC Notre Dame.
Yep.
The Royal Caribbean. With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
Here we go. Let's go YouTube.
Get your TVs again. Call 1-800-DIRECTV. Save up to $120. No two dreams are the same.
Cowboys with another touchdown.
There is one thing that handles them all. For over 120 years, Mercedes-Benz fans have been built, upfitted, pointed out. Dreams should never stay that way. Disney's magical holiday celebration Sunday on ABC.
Oh, man.
Ooh, Texas A&M scored another touchdown.
What's with LSU tonight?
I don't know, man. They're probably looking ahead.
Uh-huh. You can't do that. Georgia gonna curb stomp you. They're gonna take you to the barn. Oh, and South Florida's lead 39-38 against Central Florida.
Oh my God.
Oh my God is right.
So, if South Florida wins, we get a
Cincinnati,
Tulane-Cincinnati rematch?
Yep, Cincinnati Tulane rematch.
Never been a South Florida fan, but go Bulls.
I remember that Jim Leavitt era. That was pretty fun.
At South Florida?
Yeah, I remember watching a little bit of them back in the day. It was funny. They were number 2 in the nation in 2007 until Rutgers upset them on Thursday night. Why don't they ever do like good Thursday night games like they used to? You know, it's like that'd be neat.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they don't air as much good games on Thursday night football like they used to.
Like NFL?
College.
Oh, college.
I mean, yeah, they had some good ones like West Virginia, Virginia Tech, and Pittsburgh, West Virginia. That was all I could name at the top of my head. I mean,
Penn State, Purdue. That first week was pretty good.
that was a good one. I mean, nobody's excited over Virginia, Georgia Tech. But for real. There wasn't any Thursday night games week 6.
I mean, week 10, the only good one they both score-wise turned out good. But the only good one in week 10 was App State and Coastal.
Yeah. That Pittsburgh, West Virginia game was awesome.
Utah, Washington State, Virginia Tech, NC State. They were Thursday. Virginia, Georgia Tech. But Baylor, West Virginia.
Hey, there's Jeffrey.
Hey!
I'm here. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to be here again because I got to go to bed. But I'm just watching these games, man. Crazy. You got A&M. You know, this proves my point about how A&M was better than Vanderbilt. Everybody was garbaging me for that. I told you guys A&M's better than Vanderbilt. It's clear. They are way better than Vanderbilt is not good. They're getting blown out 42-0.
Yeah.
And A&M is beating up LSU. So everybody, I'm not saying I told you so. A&M is better than Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know what the funny thing is? I doubt it'll happen. You know what would really screw everything up? We were just talking about this a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm.
LSU's going to have 3 losses going into next week.
Mm-hmm.
If LSU pulls off a miracle, they will be the first 3 losses. It probably won't happen.
If they beat Georgia, they're not getting in.
They're an SEC champ.
No, they're not getting in.
They would be an SEC champ.
They're 5th right now. When they lose to A&M, they're going to drop to like 10th. If they beat Georgia, they're not going to climb from 10th to 4th. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, but you also have to think of who's not playing next week and would get jumped for not playing if they would even win. I'm saying like there's a 99% chance Georgia will win and curb stomp them anyway, but I'm just putting it out there like the committee would almost just straight up have to take LSU.
I understand your point, but I'm telling you right now, just like I said, A&M is better than Vanderbilt. The LSU's not getting in if they beat Georgia.
No, I completely agree. I'm just putting it. Granted, there's nobody in here but the 3 of us. Mm-hmm. I'm putting it out there that it could happen. It's a 1 in a bazillion long shot, but it could happen.
I agree. I think LSU can beat Georgia. Anything's possible, but they're still not getting in the playoff. It's just with 3 losses, they're not
Georgia's
getting
in no matter what.
Yeah, Georgia's in. If they lose to LSU, they're in. But LSU's not getting in with 3 losses, especially to a 5-7 team. Even though I'm defending A&M, still they're not getting in. I mean, that's what's holding Alabama back to me partially. Beside the fact they have 2 losses, is because of their performance against A&M. They beat them by 4, even though it was a backup quarterback. All I know is it's going to be really interesting. But for the Alabama talk, their chances are still legit. What they need is TCU to go down. And they need USC to lose. Obviously, Notre Dame's not doing a good job of that happening. Sorry, Will, but I mean,
not going to happen this week.
Basically, Alabama's chances are still there, but they need help, and it's not looking like that's going to happen this week because TCU bludgeoned Iowa State. USC's looking like they're going to win.
If it comes to it, where people have to choose between Ohio State and Bama, it's going to be like 2017, but this time Ohio State gets the nod because they got 1 loss.
Yeah, what's going to end up happening is I've already got it all mapped out. There's only 7 teams with a chance, and right now, and obviously LSU's gone because they're losing and they're going to lose. So it's down to 6. The 6 teams left are Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, USC, and Alabama. Those are the 6 teams that can still make the playoff. Georgia's in no matter what. They're in. If they lose, they're in. It doesn't matter. They're in. Michigan's in no matter what. I think even if they lose to Purdue, they're in. I do.
TCU's in.
I think you're
Ohio
right.
State, go ahead. Sorry.
I think you're right. Sorry. I think you're right in the sense of if Michigan doesn't get blown out. Michigan, and I say that just as a look at every angle factor. Because Michigan is not – if Michigan was going to get blown out, it should have been today. It should have happened today. And then all this would be null and void. So Michigan is not a team that gets blown out. But that's the only way I would see them losing and not getting in.
Yeah.
I was just laying out all the scenarios. I was going through the list. This is the whole picture, like the whole thing. I'm just laying it out to you. Georgia's in no matter what. Michigan's in basically no matter what, basically. So they're in. Ohio State's more than likely going to be in, even though they were horrible today and they lost by a lot. The other results are occurring that they're more than likely going to be in if USC loses. That's all they need. TCU wins out, and Ohio State will be the 4th team. They'll get in over Alabama, like Jackson said. It'll be the reverse. They'll be the 4th team. But if TCU and USC win out, then Ohio State will not get in. TCU will be 3. and then you're going to have USC at 4. Then it would be Ohio State at 5, Alabama at 6. But then the last scenario is TCU goes down and they get blown out to Kansas State. And then USC loses in the Pac-12 championship game. And then that's where Alabama would get in at number 4. See, that's where Clemson's scenario, if they had a 1 out, they would have jumped Alabama and been that 4th team in this same scenario. But those are all the same. These are all the scenarios. What I just said is the definitive. It's going to happen what exactly as I said. If all these things happen, those are the 6 teams with a chance. And if who wins, who loses. So Ohio State, all you need is USC to lose. Alabama, you need TCU and USC to lose. Simple as that.
Here's the thing. But what if are you saying USC because TCU would be at the 3 spot? So unless they would get blown out, then more than likely they're in.
Are you talking about TCU?
Because what if USC wins but TCU loses? Wouldn't that still put Ohio State in? Like, I'm just trying to figure out that scenario.
Well, yeah, okay. If USC wins out and TCU loses, yeah, I mean, I would probably put in Ohio State. Barely. If TCU lost by like 3, maybe, but I would still probably put in Ohio State because of brand. I mean, they would probably screw over TCU. Probably. I mean, I'm not that is the most uncertain scenario of all that I'm not 100% sure about. But all the other scenarios, I'm 100% sure.
So
like that's why you see Ohio State. If you saw on the playoff predictor, their chances of making the playoff are still at 90%. So to me, that suggests that they're banking on TCU losing.
They're banking on TCU,
and they're banking on USC losing potentially. So they feel Ohio State's chances are super great. If TCU and USC went out, I mean, then yeah, Ohio State could maybe not make it. Like I said, because I mean they're not going to put them in over TCU and USC. So yeah, that's the one scenario. But I think the playoff predictor thinks they're going to lose.
Notre Dame just scored. Logan Diggs had a 5-yard touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
But
LSU just scored and converted a 2-point conversion, so it's 38-25.
I saw what you did in Discord, Jackson. You know, what you had the what our records are for the picks, and I'm at 9-6 because I've been checking myself. You know, my records out or whatever on what I've done. So yeah, I mean, a lot would have to go wrong for me not to be, you know, the one with the best record this week. I've done the logic in my head.
No way.
What's going on?
Because Vanderbilt will pick Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
I did too, trying to be funny.
And Tennessee, you guys tried to get me in. No, I was like, no, Tennessee gonna beat Vanderbilt, and that was probably the bad. You know, they do the bad beats or whatever. That was a bad beat for you guys, man. I'm just saying that was not good.
You guys pay attention to national high school football?
Yeah, you talking about modern day losing?
Modern day lost to St. John's Bosco in the Rose Bowl by 2 points.
I wouldn't have known that, but they said it on the broadcast for the USC game a few minutes ago. They were like,
they just showed it here.
Yeah. For those who aren't seeing Tennessee Vanderbilt but want to know what's going on, this is what Tennessee is doing to Vanderbilt.
Bloodbath. Bloodbath or whiplash. Well, either or. You can go either way with it.
Oh, they're giving them a spanking. That's what they're doing, man.
42-0. Yeah. 12 minutes to go in the game.
I just feel so glad that I didn't buy into the Vanderbilt dip. I'm so glad I didn't do it.
I didn't. I was just being funny.
Yeah, I don't do that. I pick with here. That's why I didn't pick Indiana. By the way, Indiana lost today. But did you see that Dexter Williams got hurt?
Ooh.
The quarterback for Indiana. His leg's probably broken. He broke in the first quarter. Or it's probably either an ACL or broken leg. It's bad. But Indiana was up 7-0 at that point. And their offense fell apart because I'm telling you, Connor Bazelak can't run, and that's why they lost. I think Indiana might have won if Dexter Williams hadn't got hurt. It sucks.
Whoa, Texas Tech leads Oklahoma.
Oh, but of course. This is 2022 Oklahoma.
But that doesn't matter for us because we did not pick it.
True.
Mhm.
I kind of feel we should cover Northwestern Illinois, even though we didn't pick that game. I feel like we should cover it because Illinois. Because we cover like the Big Ten West, right?
I mean, all you got to do is say Illinois beat one of the worst Power 5 teams in college football by a lot. The end, like that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so I can save myself and not go back and watch highlights of that.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't even watch highlights of some games. There's nothing to talk about there. I mean, there's literally. I mean, that game matters at nothing at all because Purdue beat Indiana. So I mean, Illinois, they're gonna make a bowl. Northwestern, Pat Fitzgerald, he misses 2018 and 2020. I mean, that's it. It's bad.
So one of you two probably want to write this down, but I would say when we finish talking about Purdue, Indiana, just somebody be like, and Illinois beat one of the worst teams in college football.
In the Power 5.
Or Power 5, yeah.
I mean, you could really say in college football, I guess, but just to be nice, in the Power 5,
1-11.
Yes.
And this
A&M
was
would be
supposed to
favored. A&M would be favored over Northwestern by like 28, 30 probably. I mean, it's bad, dude.
it's funny. That might be true, but Northwestern may cover the spread depending on weather conditions.
Yeah, well, it's not just about the weather. It's because A&M doesn't show up against bad teams. They lost to App State. So, I mean, A&M, when they're playing a big game, it's like, hey, we can play spoiler, knock LSU out of the playoff, and we got
we can beat Bama.
Yeah,
I mean.
Yeah, because it was funny to me because it's like, it's an even numbered year, so Northwestern should win the Big Ten West because they did it in 2020 and 2018. Like, yeah, that'd be cool just to see that history keep going. But
I love how you've got Wolverine Mike on your thing right there. I just noticed that. I was like, who is this person? Who's Wolverine Mike? I'm like, oh, it's Buckeye Mike, baby, but he's now Wolverine Mike. See, I should have come on here and just put Jeffrey from Purdue, or something, even though it's not a place,
Yeah, Zethus mentioned that. I was like, I had to keep my word in some kind of form. I mean, I like I said, I was going to use red liquid, but I don't have any kind of red liquid for Buckeye tears, so it's just water.
Yeah, you don't want to
Red Gatorade works.
True, I just don't have any red Gatorade.
Yeah, and he didn't want to miss any of these games, so he didn't want to have to go down to the store and buy red Gatorade.
Oh, that's what online grocery shopping's for.
Yeah.
True.
I guess.
But it's a waste of more money than it is just to leave and go get it and come back.
Yeah. I noticed you dropped the Alabama-Auburn stream. Is that because of the Ohio State result? You didn't feel like doing it, or you just dropped it? Tired. Okay.
I passed out for like an hour and a half during the 3:30 games.
I just saw it though, because when I hopped on earlier, I saw that you got all 3 games lined up, and then when I got out of there, then it was like, oh, it disappeared, it's gone, and I'm like, he's just got the USC Notre Dame. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave in probably about 2 minutes, so at 10:25, I'm gonna have to leave. I might maybe come back on, but I gotta go to bed before 11:30. So, but yeah, I got tomorrow, man. I gotta.
No. I'm saying, why do you have to leave in 2 minutes?
Because I gotta watch the rest of the games. My dad's still up, and I watched the rest of the games with him.
Just the rest of this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back on for Bree, but I'm not staying on for the after streams and stuff, man. Because if I do, I'm gonna be gone. And
I'll tell you right now, if we stay on for an after stream, it's not gonna be no freaking 6 hours.
No. I'm going to bed before midnight tonight. I got to, because if not, it's not even just about church. It's about, how am I supposed to do the recap show tomorrow night if I'm not here in the head? Because I'll be like, Indiana lost. It's like, oh, he's just talking like that because Indiana lost. I'm like, no, A&M beat LSU. That's just gonna be me the whole time. I don't want to be flat, man. You got to bring the energy.
True. Energy.
I am
So
still deflated, but that's not why I took it off.
So you haven't had a viewer since or a comment since the Z guy that watches a lot of our streams. Man, dude. I mean, we had some earlier when you were on for the. Oh, I guess the game's better than this game, right?
I don't know why, because this is only a 10-point game with 10 and a half left. It's bouncing between 17 and 10.
How many subs we got now? We had 22. Are we still at 22?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me refresh the page.
You're good. I don't have it pulled up, so I have no idea.
Yeah, we're still at 22.
All right. I was just wondering because we went up, man. Because I've saw it at like 4, and then it was 21, which I was number 22 because I forgot to subscribe to our own channel, like whatever, and then and then now it's like and we're kind of stuck. So it's gonna be interesting. Future of the channel. It's gonna be interesting to see how far we can take this thing, and it's gonna be really interesting to see what happens in the rest of these games. Hopefully, my picks end up being. I'm number 1 on the picks. Austin was number 1 the last 2 weeks, but I have a really good chance.
Well, here's the thing, because you took USC, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Will took Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
So more than likely you're
going
to win.
And Buckeye, Mike.
True.
So
yeah, but because I was doing the scenario early, I'll say this real quick, and then I got to go for a few minutes. But my point is that I picked LSU, so that's wrong, and Will picked A&M, so that's right for him. So that closes the gap.
I thought Will picked LSU.
He picked LSU?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Buckeye might went with Texas A&M.
Oh, so Will didn't pick it. Like, I think it's over then because
I
got that wrong, but he picked Vanderbilt and Notre Dame. If USC wins and Tennessee's obviously going to win, I think that calls it because I think we all picked the rest of the games the same way. So even if we're all wrong, I think that I'll have a two game lead if both these
and
results.
Will has Washington State.
Yeah, and I picked Washington. So yeah, that USC, if USC somehow loses this game, then that's the only way Will can win.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be really interesting. But I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in probably around 30 minutes.
All right.
Okie dokie.
Now let's see.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh God. I'm just like, because it's like you, me, and Austin all tied for third. And I'm like, can I create any separation somewhere? But me trying to be funny and taking Vandy, I'm like, yeah, I think that screwed me.
I shouldn't have picked Vandy.
Yeah, they're known historically to be bad. The funny thing was, like, after they slaughtered Hawaii, watched a guy do a video, and he was like, because of this happening, Vanderbilt could be bowl eligible this year.
Yeah, bragging about beating up Hawaii is like bragging about beating up a kid. You don't do that.
Which, if they would have showed up today, and won this game, they would be bowl eligible. They're 5-6. Because the funny thing is, Tennessee really has nothing to lose.
True. Well, they're playing for a New Year's Six bowl, a Sugar Bowl bid.
Yeah, but that's true. They give it to Tennessee over Alabama.
Yeah, I could see that, and I could see like Bama in like the Orange Bowl this year.
It'd be nice once we get, because I know you were talking about this the other night. It'd be nice once we get big enough and we start doing like going to games. It'd be nice to go to a bowl game.
Yeah, that'd be sweet, man.
Especially a New Year's Six game.
That'd be cool. Fun way to spend New Year's.
I've always wanted to go to the Rose Bowl.
I know, right? Pasadena, California, the granddaddy of them all, as Keith Jackson called it. I mean, like, think about it. That is a way to spend New Year's Day, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's like some things I like California, some things I don't, which not getting into in the stream, but you know, like California is awesome because like they got a lot of they got that Pasadena Rose Bowl, man. Granddad, I'm not. If I get an opportunity to go there, I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of what I say is what I mean. Some things I'll say when that I won't mean, but a lot of things I say, I'm serious about a lot of things I say, and that is one of them, my friend. Going to the granddaddy of them all. I'm hoping one of these days I spend a Thanksgiving in LA for Notre Dame USC.
And go to the Coliseum or what?
Oh yeah, as a Notre Dame guy.
It's a Notre Dame guy.
Well, I mean, I was raised Catholic, so I mean, I get to pull for two college football teams, Bama and Notre Dame. But when it comes right down to it, I pull for Bama.
So, were you torn when Bama played Notre Dame in the playoff and in the BCS championship game?
No, I chose Bama.
Because torn because it's like in that case, it's a win-win for you. Because if Bama wins like they did, you win. If Notre Dame wins like they didn't, you win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'll make sure I find a way to benefit one way or the other. Well, like Bama, Tennessee. This year, I used that game to my advantage.
How is Caleb Williams so elusive? Please tell me that's a flag on USC.
I don't know. Reggie, the Rumsters after you now.
Ooh, there's under 2 minutes left. A&M has the ball.
Oh, A&M's gonna be. They're gonna be having joints tonight.
I wouldn't. If I was Jimbo, I'd be like, I don't care. We suck this year. Y'all don't get joints.
I wonder what Miami's doing. They're not going to a ball game this year.
Yeah, they stink. Oh, if they had won, it would have been bowl eligible at 6-6. But there's still a whole quarter left. But they are down 32 points.
Yeah, but that's not happening. This isn't Super Bowl 51.
Kansas State's up 37-21.
They're getting in.
Kansas State.
Hey, Kansas State. Kansas State. They suck.
Who?
Texas. This year, y'all do.
So you think, speaking of Texas, you think Arch Manning is overrated, or?
I'm on wait and see mode with him. I mean, I think he's great, but I just want to see him in action first.
Yeah, I remember talking to one of you guys, and one of you were like, "Well, he has like almost no film out there." So,
it wasn't me that said anything. I know that.
Oh my God, did it go final? Where's it at?
Which game?
Yeah, shoot. A&M and LSU went final, 38.
Oh, LSU is out of the playoff race.
I still think I'm right. I mean, I know Georgia's going to curb stomp them, but I still think if LSU does pull off the miracle, I do think they get in.
Oh, yeah.
But logically speaking, yeah, it's over.
Oh, true. Well, apparently I was close on that final score prediction, Georgia Tech. had them winning 42-10. They won 37-14. I get close on a lot of these.
You were off by a total of 9 points.
Yep.
That's my point. Always been my point.
Who's commenting?
Oh, no, the commercial. It was the Dr. Pepper commercial where the guy is at the river and he's like throwing a rock and they all show up and they're like, "What is wrong with you?" And he's like, "Nothing. It's just a game and it's just a bunch of kids throwing a ball around." I'm like, that's been my whole point. All right, UCF scored with 20 seconds left in the game. And they went for two. 46-39 UCF. The only bad
How
thing,
is the Central Florida fan base not mad at Gus, to be honest? I mean,
I don't know.
I'd be furious. I mean, squeak one out against South Florida. Are you insane? They're 1-10.
They're
1-10.
they're just as bad as Northwestern. And you almost lose to them.
And you're going to the Big 12 next year.
Yeah. Do you think that with them going to the Big 12, do you think the Big 12 is starting to transition back to good offense, good defense?
I think they're still the same old, same old.
No defense?
Yeah. But I think they're going to be doing pretty good. You know, even without Texas and Oklahoma.
You know, it would be funny. It would be these teams come in next year and either one of them competes for it or two of them, and one of the two win the whole thing.
Yeah, I was thinking about 2021 last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And remember how Oklahoma State Baylor played for the Big 12 title and Cincinnati Houston played each other for the AAC title game?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking to myself, you know, they're all making the Big 12 look good. I mean, they really are. And I don't think that Holgerson should be on a hot seat at Houston, but I suspect that he will be. Because, like, he had a disappointing year this year. And, you know, the school president of Houston, I don't know if he's still there or not, but he said that 8 wins is not good enough when he fired Major Applewhite after 2018. So the fact of the matter is Dana Holgerson up to that same standard?
Where at?
Houston.
Oh. Well, I mean, as a group of 5, 8 wins is good unless you're Tom Herman. I mean, realistically, yeah, Texas was a better job, but I don't think Tom Herman should have left Houston for Texas.
Yeah.
They kind of screwed him over.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's even doing anything.
Renew Cotter. Yep, she's still the school president of Houston. Yep, that's the same one.
Oh, God. Tom Herman is, or it says most recently, served as an offensive analyst and special projects coach for the Chicago Bears.
Get out of there, man. Get out of that dung heap. Go work for Saban, man. You'll be a Power 5 head coach with Saban, man.
Well, that's the thing. He should have been a better Power Five head coach because he was an assistant under Urban Meyer.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ, this game is over. Oh man, he took out the ref.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow, all those little things I'm sending on Discord, from all the games that we're doing, I have
Mm-hmm.
a feeling that's going to help our recap show.
I would think so.
Oh, yeah. Huh? Tennessee's win 56 to nothing. I should have listened to Jeffrey.
You picked Vandy.
No, I picked Tennessee, but I said that Vandy was a little bit better than Texas A&M. I wonder if Clark Lee is the next Jonathan Smith.
Could be.
It seems like it.
Whoa, Syracuse came back.
Hmm.
25-17. There's only 108 seconds left in the game.
Oh, 35-3. Huh. Duke went 8-4, and Wake Forest has officially disappointed everybody in the ACC this year.
Oh, because they won their division last year.
Yeah, and they're expected to be really good this year. I had Wake Forest going 8-4. I just didn't think they'd go 7-5.
They finished 7-5.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd go 7-5, to be quite honest.
USC just been getting chunk yardage all night.
Oh, yeah, man.
So one or the other was going to go 7-5 between Duke and Wake. Because Wake lost to Duke and finished 7-5, and Duke finished 8-4.
Jeez. $56 and nothing against Vanderbilt. Good Lord. What a curb stomping. Fourth and 2. That's funny. I had USC winning 35-31. So I was a little bit off.
Yep, a little bit.
I'll be back.
Let's see. Sure, the title game looks like a mismatch between Purdue and number 3 Michigan, but the Boilermakers are hot. They've won 3 straight and 6 of 8, beaten Illinois and Indiana to keep both trophies. Posted back-to-back 8-win seasons for the first time since 97 to 98, and can with their first league crown since 2000. For Indiana, 4-8, 2-7 in conference. Not much went right this season after a promising 3-0 start. The Hoosiers lost 8 of their last 9, and starting quarterback Dexter Williams with a serious right leg non-contact injury late in the first quarter.
Oh, and USC just scored another touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing is over.
So, should we end the stream when it hits 0? Or we just give a little recap of our round? You know what? Let's give our let's give our reaction after this game, and then in the broadcast when it's like 5-10 minutes. How long do you want to go?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's already over. It seems because there's no way Notre Dame's coming back. But
I mean, they can close the gap, but like I was telling Jeffrey, it's gonna go 10, 17, 10, 17.
True. But yeah, Notre Dame's just been up and down this year.
Yeah.
You get beat by Marshall and Stanford, but you lose to the Buckeyes and USC. But you take down Clemson in your own backyard, block punts, and just basically just get out the belt and just punish them. Oh, and I shared a link of this live stream on Twitter, so I don't know if people are going to look at it, but if they do, that's great.
It would definitely help.
Yes, it would. Oh, man, my phone has to get charged. Can't just say what I'm thinking on stream, so I'm just gonna be like, I'm not gonna bark too much. So did you get the thing on the Discord chat about the Pac-12? What Oregon has to do, what Washington, Utah have to do?
Oh, all that you sent at like 7:30.
Mm-hmm. Like pretty much everything I've sent today. Like I've been going nuts with it.
I've been kind of glancing at it. I'm gonna have to look it all over and.
Yeah, because we got to take a look at all of it, and because this is tomorrow, because we got to do it for tomorrow's show.
Yeah.
Okay, so College Game Day is headed to the Big 12 title game.
Yep.
Zero surprise there. College Football Fight Club was saying on Twitter just now, we talked a lot all year about the advantage Washington, Oregon had not having to play USC. If Washington beats Washington State tonight, Utah will make the Pac-12 title game because they played and beat USC. Kind of funny how that worked out.
So we want Washington to win.
How would they go in a New Year's Six bowl? We know
Who?
that we suspect there's going to be Kansas State playing in the Sugar Bowl.
That's if TCU wins, though, right?
Yeah, but I think they end up in the Sugar Bowl either way. To be honest,
So you think it'd be Alabama versus Kansas State in the Sugar Bowl?
either that or Tennessee, Kansas State, or maybe an LSU, Kansas State rematch.
Yeah.
Well, no, not going to be an LSU, Kansas State rematch. Be either Tennessee, Kansas State, or Alabama, Kansas State. But check out on Twitter, on Reddit College Football, about the possibility of Kansas, Missouri coming back. Guess who commented under, the possibility of Kansas, Missouri playing each other in the Liberty Bowl?
Guess who did it?
Yeah, guess who commented under it? Here,
Mark?
Huh?
Mark? I don't know.
Nope. I'm gonna send it to you right here and now. Yeah, it was from last night. Hold on one sec. Oh, come on. Quit taking. That does it. I'm looking on bookmarks. I got so much stuff saved up. There's so much interesting stuff. What can I say? Angel is centerfold. Na 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 na. Blood runs cold. Come on, come on. Yep. Uh-huh. I know. Yep. I know. Lane Kiffin. I know. Why do I save so much stuff? Oh, man. Oh, here we go.
Find it.
I finally did. And now, onward to the Discord chat. Look at who commented under that tweet.
You talking about the Post-it Malone?
No.
Or keep going?
Yeah, it's the Reddit College Football tweet that I just sent. How Missouri beat Arkansas yesterday. And they were saying, if there's a football god, we will have a Kansas Mizzou AutoZone Liberty Bowl. Yeah, this is the message for everybody.
What?
Yeah, for all of us. So Kansas, Missouri, Reddit college football. You see it?
Don't see it.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm looking at the tweet.
Yeah. Look at who tweeted under it. Tweeted a reply.
Oh, you mean the Will Ferrell gift from AutoZone Liberty Bowl?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, hint, hint, we're bringing back this rivalry.
I was like, wait, what am I supposed to say? You meant like immediately under the tweet.
Yes. That's the one. So let's see. So it would have been if this were to happen, we'd be waiting sooner than 2025 for Kansas, Missouri to come back. That is awesome. There's the meme again.
Wait,
He's thinking
did
about.
Marcus Freeman really try to go for 2?
I don't know.
Because why is it 27?
Well, because they failed 2-point conversion, I'm sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep, and USC wins 38-27.
Yep.
We'll
We
have
got
to check
about,
out what Lincoln Riley has to say.
I was gonna say we got about 4 minutes or so till Jeffrey comes back. If you want to wait and do like a short, maybe 5-minute wrap up, and then end the stream.
Yeah. Do that. Then make sure I don't step till 4 again. And Notre Dame calls timeout. No, they don't. Oh well. Oh, Lincoln Riley's a little clean shaven, I see. Yep. And tomorrow, Tuesday night, USC will be in the top 4.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Because who was 6?
USC?
Oh, USC. I thought there were 7.
No. That'd be dumb. That is not real smart to be doing that to them. Ah.
He's the first USC quarterback with 3 rushing touchdowns in the last 25 years.
Whoa, that's big.
Makes sense. Mark Sanchez, Matt Barkley, and Matt Leinart and Carson Palmer were never really running quarterbacks.
Whoever USC plays, whether it be Oregon or Utah, it's going to be a great, great matchup.
So is USC losing the key to like Ohio State getting in?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely.
So it's still a possibility if only TCU loses next week, but it's better for USC to lose.
Yeah. That's what I think. But Bama would need TCU to lose, USC to lose, but I'm not seeing Bama get in. I don't know why people think that.
I'm just worried about how harsh the committee is going to be to Ohio State.
Probably not at all compared to like other teams.
I'm back before you're not live, man. I'm back. So, yeah, insane, man. I mean, USC, they pulled it out. So, I mean, it's looking really good for them, man. That's all I can say. I mean, you think about USC. I mean, all they got to do is win their game in the Pac-12 championship, and they're in. I mean, I really do believe, like, again, if it comes down to Ohio State and USC, they're going to put USC in over Ohio State. It sucks, but and that's if TCU wins out. Again, if TCU wins out. So if TCU drops again, I think Ohio State would get in over them. But crazy game. Notre Dame, I think Will is probably not here. He's not watching, obviously. He's over there with the Pac-12 guys talking about it. But
yeah,
with Notre Dame, they play really well. They put up a really good fight. I mean, they just fell short. It is what it is for them. But they are a solid team. They're not the same team that lost to Stanford. They're a lot better.
Oh yeah, for sure. So my rooting next week would be to root for Kansas State. And then if Kansas State can't do it, root for whoever plays USC.
Oregon or Utah.
Okay.
Because, again, if both win, if USC and TCU win, Ohio State will not get in. They will be the 5th team, and then Alabama will be 6th. But if TCU and USC both lose, Ohio State will be in, and then Alabama could sneak in the back door as the 4th team if TCU gets blown out, which would irritate everybody.
Hold on, repeat that.
If TCU and USC lose and TCU gets blown out, Alabama would get in at number 4.
But Ohio State would still bump up, right?
Ohio State would be 3.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
You're 5th.
The USC scenario.
Yeah.
The USC scenario is to get Ohio State in at 4. If they both lose, State gets in at 3, Bama gets in at 4.
Yes, if TCU loses by a lot. I think if TCU barely loses, they might still maybe would be 4th, and Alabama might be 5th, assuming USC lost. But, yes, those are the only scenarios. I mean, it's literally down to those 16s, and Alabama has the worst chance. It's just still there, and it's irritating everybody. But the chance is there. It just takes a very bad loss by TCU, and it takes a USC loss. That's all it takes. I mean, literally, that's all it takes. And it's possible. I mean, it's not out of the blue that it could happen. I mean, I think if TCU lost to Kansas State by 3 or so, assuming Kansas State pulls out the win tonight, then yes, then I think TCU maybe would still get in. But if either team wins, USC or TCU, then Alabama's out. But if both teams win, USC and TCU, then again Ohio State would be out. They'd be
as
fifth.
well.
And I know that frustrates a lot of Ohio State fans, including yourself. But I think about the odds aren't really great because to me the odds are not great both win. Just to be completely honest, I'd almost say the odds are better both lose than both win. So the chances there for Alabama and the chances there for Ohio State very easily.
That's why, like you said, Ohio State is still 90%.
Yes, because they're assuming they are assuming one of them is going down. It's going to be really interesting. It is really going to be interesting. I'm telling you, if both lose, especially TCU in blowout fashion, Alabama sneaks in at 4, the college football world will blow up.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if Ohio State gets in, period, Mark is going to blow up. He's already tweeted that Ohio State does not, and I stress not because he had it capitalized, deserve to be in the college football playoff.
Well, they
After
don't.
one performance.
They will. I mean, they don't really deserve it. I mean, in most years, Ohio State would be out because the only team, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but the only team that's gotten in with one loss that didn't have the championship game was Alabama at 11-1 in that one season where Ohio State had the 11-2.
Yep.
But A&M last year, or 2020 or whatever it was, they had one loss and they didn't get in because they didn't have the championship game. So
that's the thing. And that's what irritates everybody else in the college football world that's not an Ohio State fan. It's because I even deal with this up here in Ohio. You guys didn't play 10 games. You had too many cancellations. You didn't deserve to be in. They should have sent A&M over Ohio State. It's like, no. A&M didn't have the conference championship. That's why they got stuck at 5. Ohio State, even though we got the Big Ten to suck up to us and let us play for the conference title, won the conference title, so we had an extra point over A&M.
I mean, see, what the scenario is what messed this up for people that don't want Alabama and Ohio State in the playoff to have any chance. The reason why this got all messed up is because Tennessee went down.
Mm-hmm.
And then what also messed it up is when Oregon went down the first time, which obviously they lost again. So they're like way, way out. But when they lost to Washington, that knocked them out. And then Clemson lost. Because think about it. If Clemson had one loss still, and Oregon had one loss, and Tennessee had one loss, then obviously Ohio State and Alabama's chances would be done. Because the scenarios would not be there. Because all these teams, somebody would be ahead of somebody. But since all of them lost, the scenarios are there because TCU is like a glorified Cincinnati. They're weak. No fault of their own, but they're just weak. They don't have it. If they get blown out to K-State, they're out. They're done. And USC has to win. And USC, it's going to be very tough to win over either team that they have to play in the Pac-12 championship game. That's why the potential is there for Alabama and Ohio State to be in because everything broke their way. So far, it just has to break completely for Alabama, and Ohio State only needs one domino.
So basically, the way somebody like me has to root next week is, like I said, Kansas State, Michigan, because if they lose,
I still think Michigan's in.
That's what I'm saying. If they lose, they would just because the thing is, Ohio State lost by 3 touchdowns as the number 2 team. So did they only drop 3 spots, or is it more? Because
Michigan, or say that again. Say that again.
Ohio State lost by 3 touchdowns. So how far would they drop? Because think about it: Georgia at 1, Michigan at 2, TCU at 3. After this performance, USC at 4.
I'm assuming Ohio State will be 5th. When I'm talking, and I'm assuming, so I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that Ohio State's going to be 5th. That's why I'm saying you only need one result, whereas Alabama needs both. I'm assuming
Alabama would probably be 6.
Yes. If Ohio State is 6th, I will be frustrated because they only have one loss, even though it was ugly. Alabama has 2 losses, and you got to realize that the LSU loss looks worse because LSU just lost to Texas A&M. Yeah. The Tennessee loss is not as good as it was. I'm just saying, to me, if Ohio State is 6th and Alabama's 5th, that's just insane. And then really Ohio State, then Ohio State would be in that scenario where they would need both to lose, and Alabama would only need the one to lose. But I think the committee is going to rank Ohio State 5th especially because of the fact that Michigan is going to be number 2. And you got to realize that Alabama's lost 2 games to 2 teams that are not even – Tennessee's in the top 10, but LSU might fall out of the top 10 or around 10. So Ohio State should be 5th. They should be 5th.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I'm assuming the same thing. I mean, if it's Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC, Bama, State, then you're going to bring up the SEC bias committee comments all over again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still there, but it's like they're trying.
See, my thing is, you got to look at the playoff predictor, though. The playoff predictor gives Alabama like a 20-something% chance, and they give Ohio State still a 90% chance. That leads me to believe they're going to be ranked 5th. Because again, they're banking on one of those teams to lose. The odds are so great, especially because TCU probably won't even be favored against Kansas State. Kansas State beat Kansas. They're not even going to be favored. So the odds are suggesting TCU's going down. Ohio State's going to be in. That's just how I'm seeing it. Alabama needs both results to happen. The odds aren't as great of USC and TCU losing in a blowout. Because, see, to me, TCU would still have that advantage. Like Ohio State, I'm not Ohio State, but if USC loses, they're done. But if TCU lost in a close one, then to me, they would still be above Alabama. That's why Alabama's chances are way worse. It's there, but they need a blowout loss. TCU has to get blown out.
So basically, for us, for an Ohio State scenario, TCU just has to lose.
In my opinion, yes. And I don't think it matters. Because I just feel Ohio State has that advantage. They have the Notre Dame win. They beat Penn State, and they only have one loss to Michigan, who's ranked number 2. Even though it was a bad loss. That's the way I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it that it doesn't matter. I mean, maybe it would help if TCU lost by a lot, but again, TCU's strength of schedule is really weak. See, the elephant in the room, pardon the pun, is Alabama because of the fact they have 2 losses. Everyone else has 1 or 0. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying with Ohio State. Why it doesn't matter with TCU. If TCU loses by 3, I think Ohio State would jump them because their resume would be better. TCU didn't win the conference championship game. They would fall to 5th. Ohio State would move up to 4, assuming USC won. If USC lost, they move up to 3. Alabama needs both to lose, USC and TCU. And to me, I would assume TCU has to lose by more because the committee might put in TCU over Alabama still if they lost by like 3. That's just how I'm seeing it, to me.
So, sorry if you just said this. I did kind of zone out while you were talking. But so let's say, okay, wins over here, losses over here. Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC. With Michigan, if Michigan loses, do they just drop to 3 or 4 and then like USC jumps Michigan to 2 and then Ohio State comes in at 4?
See, again, that's the one thing. Because the way I'm looking at it is you got to imagine that if Michigan loses to Purdue, and just say you assume it's by like 3-7. If it's a blowout loss, you never know. Maybe they would fall out. But assuming they lost a close game, and just say TCU and USC wins, then Georgia, TCU, USC are in. And this is the only other scenario that could possibly keep Ohio State out. Because if Michigan lost, and see, Michigan, I'm assuming, is going to win. So the scenario to me is still, it matters about TCU and USC. I don't think Michigan matters. Because at the end of the day, Michigan's going to have the head-to-head, and they're going to Michigan's going to be over Ohio State anyway. I don't even think yeah.
So if Michigan loses, more than likely they'll just drop Michigan maybe to 4 and get the Georgia Michigan rematch in the Peach Bowl and get TCU USC in the Fiesta Bowl.
I mean, if Michigan lost by a result like Ohio State lost in 2018, then maybe Michigan would fall to 5th. Maybe. But it's really hard for them to drop them below because of the head-to-head. It would be extremely difficult. But that's why I'm saying your rooting interest, it doesn't matter about Michigan. It matters about TCU and USC. I don't think Michigan matters. I really don't. Because I'm assuming Michigan's going to win anyway. But even if they didn't, I don't think it matters. but you just got to have TCU or USC lose. That's it. And probably preferably just to get it out of the way, USC, because then they'd have 2 losses. TCU, you can make an argument if it's a 3-point loss, maybe, but I still think Ohio State would jump them. Alabama needs them to get blown out. Again, those are the 6 teams, the scenarios, in my opinion. I mean, we could literally do like a live stream talking about this, and my segment will be over in 5 minutes because I already have it all mapped out. You like Will and you guys would be like, what about this scenario? I'm like, I think I covered that already. Like, I got it all in here. It's just there. Like, I got it all mapped out. I could be wrong with what I'm saying, but that's the way I see it. That's the way I see the playoffs shaking out. I've told you everything that I think. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm not a committee member, as Tony let me know when I said Tennessee would be over USC, and he didn't like it. But obviously, Tennessee's done now. But that's just the way I see it. I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. So I don't know if you guys are not going to be live anymore, but I'll be.
Oh, no.
We're still live, but I guess what do I do, Mike?
You want to talk about this game real quick, and then we can end the stream and go to the after show for a bit?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be.
For his sake, my sake, so that I am not tired and can clean the house before they come back tomorrow. Your sake, so you're not so tired. I'm doing the cutoff at like midnight, no later than 12:15.
Absolutely. I think I'll have to, I think I'm probably going to be still kind of recovering from last night.
Yeah, you and me, him too, but you and me both.
Yep.
So I just want to touch on the day as a whole, and then maybe you can give your opinion on the day.
Oh, absolutely. Let's do it, man.
But so for me, I loved watching the game. I loved covering the game. It was a good game. The blowout score, I think, is not representative of – like, I felt the game was closer in a sense. It's just that towards the end of the game, things started leaning towards Michigan's favor a little more, and so that's what caught – like, I think CJ had one turnover that turned into points. I think he had another one.
Yeah, and that yeet from zero, man, like touchdown number 8, but zero just yeet.
That was funny.
And I gotta find the sound effect for it.
Yeet. And I mean, across the board in every game, like every week, there's
touchdown. Oh no, you don't. Oh, come on. What's with the ads? Here we go. There we go. No.
The officiating in our league needs to get better. There's too many bad PI calls as a whole in all the conferences. Oh, you sent it in the Discord. The 3:30 slate of games was good. It was good to see Alabama dominate Auburn like they usually do. The shocker for 3:30 for me, and I think all of us, was Oregon going down.
Oh yeah, well, like Oregon State winning with 0 passes in the fourth quarter. That is amazing.
Yeah. That's
that botched punt by Oregon. That was basically the turning point right then and there.
Oh yeah. But congrats to the Beavers.
Congrats to Jonathan Smith and to the Oregon State Beavers on a wonderful victory against the Oregon Donald Ducks.
The 7:30 slate of games, I think I did a poor choice picking what game to cover, but that being said, again, I think all the games in 7:30 slate were good, probably.
Yeah,
The
but
Apple
nothing
Cup is
could
just
top
getting
Notre
started.
Dame USC.
Hmm.
I said nothing could top Notre Dame USC.
Right. I felt like it was the best matchup choice, not realizing that there was too many problems with Notre Dame. Drew Pine not being one of them, as Mark tweeted. Drew Pine is not the problem; it's the rest of the team.
Yep.
But yeah, and if any of you, there's nobody in here right now, but if any of you guys go back before the game is over and watch this and get to this point, go check out the Apple Cup. It's on right now. That should be interesting. Last I looked, Washington State led 3-0, which would, I believe, give the division to Oregon if Washington State wins, right? Because of how everything else fell.
But if Washington wins, it gives the division to Utah.
Okay.
And Kansas State is likely to win the second spot to the Big 12 title game, as they are winning 47-27 in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left in the game. And Washington State is winning 10-7.
It's
And
funny. Sorry, go ahead, Jackson. Sorry.
I said Washington State is winning 10-7 in the final seconds of the first quarter on ESPN. And if Washington State wins, well, Oregon wins division. Washington wins, Utah wins division.
It's funny because I just talked to my dad and he was like, because, obviously, me and Dad, we watch all the Alabama games, right? So my dad's like, Kirk Herbstreit just said, Alabama is going to be number 5 and Ohio State's going to be number 6. And I was like,
that's his opinion.
I don't think that's the case because the playoff predictor had Ohio State at 90% and it had Alabama in the 20s. And my dad was like, was that before or after the loss? It was after the loss because they update that stuff. I think Ohio State's going to be 5th.
Was Kirk trembling when he said it?
Yeah, I saw that in the Oregon State game because once Auburn, Alabama got out of hand, I flipped it over there.
Great game.
Because I'm dealing with basic TV over here and YouTube. And I saw that graphic where it said like Georgia 96% or higher. And then the next one was like Ohio State at like 80% or higher. And I was like, wait, they know Ohio State lost, right? So are they factoring in the loss?
That's what I'm saying. I think they were. And if that's the case, then I think there's no doubt in my mind that Ohio State's going to be 5th. And then Alabama's going to be 6th.
Because coming into today, the key is we should have looked at the Michigan percentage because coming into today, the Michigan percentage was like hovering around 60 to 65%.
Yeah, but that graphic that had Ohio State at like 90 had Michigan at like 95. So it was after. I believe it. I'm serious because the odds suggest that one of them are going to lose. I think Ohio State's going to be 5th. I mean, my dad, obviously I lean Alabama. I like Alabama personally better than Ohio State. I can say that, just to be
you
completely
just
honest.
said that on a live stream. Granted, nobody's going to watch this.
I'm just saying, I personally like Alabama better than Ohio State, but I'm not a biased person. So I'm saying that Ohio State's going to be ranked above Alabama in my opinion. And when I say I like Alabama better, I don't really like teams like way better than like some people have diehards. Like I watch more Alabama than I watch Ohio State. I'm just saying that I probably have a better draw to them. I have a better connection with them than Ohio State. But I'm not saying it from a biased perspective. Like some people, like if I was Mr. Alabama guy, and I'm like, oh, Alabama's gonna be number 5, and Ohio State's gonna be number 6. No, I'm serious. Like just saying from a personal, unbiased perspective, I think Ohio State will be ranked number 5. I don't think that even though they lost kind of ugly, I just don't see them dropping below Alabama because they only have 1 loss. Alabama has 2 losses. And this is the thing. The underrated thing about Alabama is not just the fact they have 2 losses. You've got to remember that they squeaked out 3 wins. They beat Texas by 1. Should have lost that game. They beat Texas A&M by 4. should have lost that
Lost that
game.
game.
Granted, Bryce Young was out. They beat Ole Miss by 6, could have easily lost that game. Those results are there too. They haven't been a dominant team like some people would suggest. They only beat Auburn by 22 at home. That was the exact spread. So they didn't blow the doors off of Auburn. Even, I mean, again, it was a rivalry game. Auburn played really hard, but Alabama hasn't really, and it's again coming from a guy that probably likes Bama better, but I'm just saying from an unbiased perspective, I don't see how you can rank Alabama over Ohio State based on what Alabama's done.
Right.
They don't deserve it. They don't deserve to be fifth. LSU didn't deserve to be fifth either. The only reason why they were is because of when they lost. They lost early. That was the only difference. Alabama's lost later. And I know that's what everybody, well, Ohio State lost the latest. They just lost. But to me, I don't see it. I mean, we'll all find out, obviously, when they do the rankings. And if Ohio State is sixth, then unfortunately, Buck, I'm like, Ohio State's kind of screwed. Because, again, it would take TCU and USC to lose. But I don't see it. I just do not see Ohio State being below Alabama. I know I've said it 100 times, but I'm serious. It just doesn't. I don't think it makes sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I know Tennessee dropped from 1 to 5, but the reason why they did is because there were undefeated teams still, and they had the one loss, so they had to drop that far. Alabama has 2 losses. Ohio State has 1. To me, if Ohio State is the true brand that people say it is, because when you talk about the brands, it's Alabama, it's Ohio State, it's Georgia, and you can probably say Clemson. Those are the brands. I guess Clemson's kind of not there right now. But it's those 3 teams.
Oh, Clemson's out.
What were we saying, Buck? What'd you say?
I was just saying USC too, but they've been up and down lately too.
I'm talking about the premier brands, the brands. It's those 3 teams. They're
True.
right now at this point, they're the standards, even though Alabama's been the standard, but it's those 3 teams. If they respect Ohio State, then they will treat this like that year that Alabama had the 1 loss and Ohio State had the 2 losses, and they put Alabama in over Ohio State. But see, the difference about that is Ohio State had a conference championship. Alabama does not even have that. They have 2 losses, no conference championship. Ohio State only has 1 loss. So you really should treat it the same way.
I mean, here's my thing. If we watch on Tuesday or we listen to Mark give the who is where on Tuesday, and Ohio State's at 6, I think I become Michigan needs to win. Georgia needs to blow them out. TCU needs to win. USC needs to win. Because I agree with your point that you just made. Ohio State has 1 loss. Yeah, they're not playing for the conference championship. They didn't even win their division. 1 loss to the division champion. Alabama has 2 losses. One of those losses to a team that didn't win the division. The other one to the division champion, which I know is a little bit more of a deep dive than really necessary. It's just the fact that Alabama has 2 losses. That's 2 is more than 1. In this case, in sports, when you go off records, 2 is worse than 1. So therefore, Bama should be 6. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to admit it. If Bama is 5, no offense, Jeffrey, I'm going to be on that bandwagon of the CFP committee has SEC bias.
Oh, I already know they do. I'm serious. I do. So coming from Jackson will admit it too. Jackson likes Alabama probably more than me.
Yeah.
We both like Alabama, but we know that it's obvious. I mean, if you deny it, if I'm DeReal, if I was DeReal and be like, oh, the SEC is best and that's why they rank. No, it's not that. It's just because of the fact the SEC brings in money, and you can make an argument that the resumes are better. I mean, if you compare the 2 resumes of Ohio State and Alabama, okay, if you compare them, what is Alabama's best win? Frankly, Texas on the road.
But Texas
Ole Miss on the road. That's it.
Yeah.
But neither of those teams are ranked, aren't
That's
they?
the point. Ohio State has a win at Penn State.
And they're still ranked. I think they're still
And even
top
though
15.
Penn State's literally beaten nothing, they're still ranked high. So Ohio State has that win. And then you also, I mean, to me, it almost would have been better if Notre Dame had beaten USC tonight.
Had beaten them?
Because of the fact that even though it would have sucked, because obviously, I mean, I kind of want USC to make the playoff, me personally, because they haven't made it before. But if you think about it, it would have made the Notre Dame win better for Ohio State. The win would have been better because Notre Dame probably would have jumped to like close to 10.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have had basically 2 top 10 wins.
I honestly would
lost.
like
That kind of hurt a
see-
little bit on that.
I honestly would like to see a national title matchup between Ohio State and Michigan. That would be pretty cool.
The only way you're going to get close to that is a 12-team playoff at this point.
Well, you would need USC to lose, but
That's true. That's true. It's still possible.
at the same time, it's kind of like
Or TCU to lose.
USC Michigan playoff game.
I kind of would like it better if it was like Ohio State USC. You know,
So
if
have
US
TCU lose?
No, I'm talking about like in like a championship game or something like that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
so
'Cause I don't really want Ohio State Michigan again because I'm a person that I'm not a big fan of rematches. Like I don't like when Alabama Georgia played in the SEC championship game and then they end up playing in the national championship game, and then obviously you had all the Alabama Clemson rematches those years. It gets kind of like we've seen this before.
Yeah, I
I
got
don't like
only-
that. I got sick of that. I want to
I
see
do.
like
I got tired
TCU
of those
USC
Bama
or
Clemson
Ohio
games.
State USC or even Georgia USC. I just something different.
It was like those 4 years of Bama Clemson. It was like, yay, Bama Clemson. Yay, Bama Clemson. Yay.
The only difference is when it was Bama Clemson for it all, it was Bama Clemson, Bama Clemson. It was back and forth. That's the only thing that made it interesting. But yes, 9 times out of 10, I agree with you.
Well,
Absolutely.
I mean, I didn't dislike Alabama Clemson as much as Alabama Georgia rematch in the same year. I wouldn't want Ohio Michigan rematch like you guys just said. I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't want.
I don't.
What
I mean-
about
I mean, here's the
conference
thing.
title rematches.
Here's the thing. Like me personally, because that is what irritates me with Big Ten getting rid of divisions. 9 times out of
Because
10,
of
9
Ohio
times
State,
out-
Michigan, and then they're gonna keep replaying. I know that scenario
because
is
9 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Ohio State. It's going to be a variation of Ohio State, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan State, Ohio State, USC, Ohio State, UCLA, and then all of those teams that played Ohio State playing Michigan. It's going to be a variation of those 12 matchups.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that the divisions it's just bad because I mean, the Big 12 doesn't have divisions, right now. And obviously when they go to 12, I don't know what the heck, but right now they don't have divisions. So it's kind of like you've heard so many commentators say this is the purest conference, even though it's always a rematch because they all play each other. So whoever plays in the championship game, it's a rematch, but it's a pure division. Whoever is in the championship game at least deserves it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my thing. That's the one, even though it's a rematch, and I'm not a fan of rematches, I do like the Big 12 because Kansas State looks like they're going to be Kansas. Well, they're the 2 best teams because they all played each other. Their schedules are basically equal. Road and away makes some of them maybe a little harder or a little easier depending on how that works out. But the 2 teams deserve it. The Big 10 just irritates me because the Big 10 West is a joke. The championship game is a joke. Every single season, it's like Wisconsin, Ohio State, Michigan, Iowa. Joke. The game stinks. It's horrible.
Here's
It's
the
like,
thing.
even though I don't want Ohio State Michigan rematch because they just played and then they're in the championship game, at least it would be better than Ohio State Iowa. Ohio State, somebody from the West that just stinks. Like it's bad. I mean, it's horrible.
Okay, here's the thing. When you bring in USC, if you move the division cutoff line over so that USC and UCLA are in the West, you're bringing into the East, you're bringing like Illinois and Purdue. So I mean,
It would balance
again,
it out.
it would balance
Especially if
itself out.
USC ends up being a power again.
But then you're looking at, okay, every year it's going to be a variation of USC and UCLA versus Ohio State, Michigan, Michigan State, and Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Every year. If you're talking about you don't like rematches,
Mm-hmm.
then that's what you're like.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't even like.
I'm saying that. I don't like it. I don't want the rematch, but unfortunately, that's almost the best you're gonna get because the Big Ten just it doesn't work. If USC was in the West and they didn't get rid of divisions, maybe they would be formidable competition to Ohio State or Michigan.
Then
But-
you get like the same thing of like
Yeah.
Ohio State, USC, USC, Michigan, Michigan, UCLA.
Nobody complains about this in the ACC with how unbalanced the two divisions are because the ACC is just so bad that it doesn't matter. I mean, like the Big Ten, you've got Ohio State almost every year they make the championship game versus a very bad Big Ten West team. But then in the East, you have in most years Michigan, Penn State, and in the past Michigan State have been way better than those teams from the West. All four of those teams are better. The reason why no one complains about in the ACC is because every team is garbage most of the time. And the other thing is the teams rotate. So like the Coastal Division had the 7-year stretch where every single team from the Coastal Division made the championship game. So it was basically just spin the wheel. Who's it going to be this year? Is it going to be Virginia? Is it going to be, whoever? It was like, you know what I'm saying? And then Clemson wins most years, so no one really cares. But the Big Ten is because it's unbalanced to the point because you have, in some years, 4 teams from the East that are better than the West. There's nothing you can do in the ACC. That's why no one complains. I mean, you could maybe, if Notre Dame went to the ACC, put them in the other division. But even Notre Dame's sometimes not always there, like at the elite level. Again, sorry, Will. And Notre Dame, the ACC makes no sense. They should be in the Big Ten anyway.
Yeah,
but
based on location, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. It's just there's no perfect way. You can't fix this. It's like people talk about the Big Ten and the SEC if they go to 20 games. Or not 20 games, but 20 teams in the divisions. And even when it's in the conference. And if you have, they're already at 16. And the pods thing. Like, I've heard about the pod system and and these 3-3-5 schedulings and all of them are flawed, man. I mean, nothing's going to make everybody happy. There is no perfect system. Getting rid of divisions, keeping divisions, nothing is perfect. It's all flawed no matter what.
See, now, here's my thing. I think because at some point, especially with the 12-team playoff, we're just headed in that direction anyway. The schedule should be like the NFL, honestly, at this point. Because you're going to have 16 teams in the Big Ten. You're going to have, 16 in the SEC. You're going to finally have 12 again in the Big 12. The Pac-12, I'm sorry, love the product that they have for football, but the Pac-12 is just drowning itself.
They're going to the Pac-10 at this point.
Well, not even that, because the Big 12, there were 6 teams over the summer that applied for membership for the Big 12 out of the Pac-12. It's trying its hardest to disband the conference.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting rid of the Pac-12 network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no one has it anyway, so it doesn't. It's not a big loss. But my thing is about the conferences, and to begin with, what irritates me, Darrell. This is why when I listen to him, it bothers me because he drowned. And again, I watch SEC football probably the most because I'm obviously with my dad and everything. But I live down here, not obviously directly in SEC country, but roughly. But the thing is that frustrates me about when Darrell pumps up the SEC so much, and he said it's the best conference, way better than all the others. You can't deny it. I'm not denying it. It's true, obviously. But the thing is that you and everybody else and the SEC itself, we know you're the best, but you are the reason that this is happening with the playoff expanding because of the whole narrative that, we got to get teams from other conferences into the playoff. It doesn't need to just be an SEC playoff. Well, the problem is when you're putting most of the best teams in college football in one conference. That's your problem. Literally. And then the Big Ten too. So the Big Ten is getting USC, UCLA, and then the SEC is getting Oklahoma and Texas. Most of the best teams in college football today are in those two conferences. So if you want to take teams from more conferences and you're doing this system where we have to take a conference champion from all these conferences, how warped is that when all you had to do was leave the conferences like they were back in the 90s and all the conferences had a heavyweight? Now we're at a point where it's all neutralized into two conferences, but now you want to expand the playoff for all the conferences when the Pac-12 doesn't even deserve to be in the playoff anymore at all because they don't have any good teams left.
Basically,
USC and UCLA.
Big Ten and the SEC have like this monopoly over college football at this point.
So, because what it's going to come down to is you're going to have one SEC champion, Big Ten champion, ACC champion, Big 12 champion, Pac champion, Group of Five, best Group of Five champion, and then so that puts you at 6. So from there, you're going to have 3 more SEC teams in the 12, and then 3 more Big Ten teams. Most likely.
It's warped. I mean, like again, my whole point is that if the conferences were like they were before, then this 12-team playoff with this system where everybody needs to be represented makes more sense because of the fact that every conference belongs. There are good teams left out. And that's why I like the system itself, like of adding all of the conference champions. But it's like we've mentioned before on other shows, specifically me, and Tony said this. The number 4 team, that number 4 champion is more than likely going to lose to the 5 seed, the at-large seed, every single time. Because that number 5 team is going to be an SEC team or Big Ten team. Most likely an SEC team. And that SEC team is going to be better than the Pac-12 or Big 12 champion. It's warped. It makes no sense. Move Oklahoma, Texas back to the Big 12. Recreate the Big East. Go back to that. Take USC back to the Pac-12. Get A&M, all that back to the Big 12. Colorado. Have the conferences the way they were before where they're more
Penn
even.
State to the Big East.
Penn State, the Big East, move it all the way it was back 30 years ago. And then this makes sense. It doesn't make sense to have every conference represented when they no longer deserve it. When the 2 best conferences are the SEC and the Big Ten, you want the others to be represented, but it's not even going to be competitive more than likely. That's how warped it is. Go back to the way it was before, and then this works.
So let me ask you this, and maybe I'm thinking of this on the fly, so maybe this doesn't even work. But okay, you have 6 conference championship games that matter. You have the Power 5 and the highest Group of 5 conference championship,
which will most likely be the Mountain West or the American every single time.
So with the Power 5, why don't you fill the 10 spots with the winner and loser of the conference championship and split 11 and 12 between the American and a Mountain West winners? And then just blatantly look at because now you're dealing with conference champions and conference championship game losers. Then lay out all the resumes and divvy up like who's 1 through 6 based on the resume, based on them being a conference champion and the resume, and then divvy up 7 through 12 based on the strength of schedule and resume.
But what if you got like a 5-loss conference champion?
Yeah, that's where you have he's talking about. I was going to say that about like the Big Ten currently. That would be messed up because if Purdue's the loser, then they don't belong.
Well, and that's why in that case, if Purdue, like let's use this year as an example, if Purdue somehow pulls off and beats Michigan, give them the 6th seed.
My thing is, and again, this is why what I'm saying is irrelevant. It doesn't matter because this is never going to happen. We're never going to go back to 1990s football. It's just not going to happen. But you see why this makes sense. Because if you have what the playoffs should be, I'm serious. Like, again, my brain, it never works like what people want it to work. I'm not a traditionalist guy or like the narrative guy. I don't follow what everybody else is doing where they're like, let's make this work. I'm thinking like backwards, but it's forwards. Because if you have the 12-team playoff and you had it where the top 6 seeds were the champions, and this is how this worked, and you had the 6 conferences the way they used to be, including the Big East, and you had all these teams back in the day had powers. They just did. They all had powers. They were all maybe back, like Tony points out, the Pac-12 maybe was better than some of the other conferences back then. But how today, it's the SEC and everybody else, maybe the Big Ten than everybody else. Back then, the conferences were more equal than they are today. Well, if you had the top 6 seeds be the champions, including the Big East, most of the time that champion would be deserved. Most of the time, it would be deserved because you'd have an ACC champion that's pretty good. You'd have an SEC champion that's really good, and a Big Ten, a Big East, a Big 12, and a Pac-12 or Pac-10 at the time. And you would have all these conferences the champion would probably be deserved. That's why they had these bowl games back then, how they had the conferences that they were affiliated to, and they did that way because all these conferences had a team that deserved to be there that didn't make the BCS championship game. All these conferences were deserving. So you had the top 6 champions, and you ranked them based on which ones are better. So if the Big East had the worst champion that year, put them at 6th. If the SEC had the best champion that year, put them at 1. That would make the most sense. And then 7 through 12 are the teams that didn't win the championship games that have the best resumes after that. And it would probably be fairly even. That would be the absolute best way to do this. And unfortunately, I'm serious, there is no definitive argument. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right or is the best option because this is never going to happen. But to me, and it's just an opinion, and that's what YouTube's for anyway, this is the absolute best thing that you could ever do. But it will never happen. And it irritates me because the playoff, I like it. I like what you're doing. What you don't understand is your idea of wanting everybody to be represented. It's not deserved. It is not deserved anymore because you've moved these teams around and you've gotten to the point where the SEC and the Big Ten dominate. You could almost make a playoff of 12 teams from the Big Ten and the SEC, almost, that are better than any other team from the other conferences right now. Once they join, once Oklahoma and Texas join, USC and UCLA join, you can almost make a 12-team playoff from those 2 conferences, and it would almost be the 12 best teams. And that's why this is stupid. Go back to the 90s, and that would be your absolute perfect scenario where this would work. It doesn't work. This doesn't work because ESPN is stupid. These committee people are stupid. The commissioners are stupid. You want to make these 2 conferences the most powerful, but then you want to include the others that now don't deserve it anymore because of you. Dumb. Dumb. That's why money ruins everything. It's stupid.
All right. Now, before we go into any more discussion, because I feel like you made your point, you finished your point, because I didn't want to end the stream and cut you off.
Oh, you're good, man.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like I sometimes go off a tangent. I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I didn't want to cut you off because I'm going to go back and either listen or listen to or watch this, and I didn't want to cut you off and be like, I can't remember what he said because I didn't let him finish his point.
Oh, you're good.
All right, and